Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Let me get this music turned down a little bit. I don't want it to be too loud. But, hi. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Hi, everyone. Hello. Just a little heads up. I've got my fan blasting me with air. It was, like, so hot yesterday that I just couldn't even, like, do anything while I was sitting at my computer. Like I would boot up games and I'd be like, oh, it's too hot, and my face actually felt like when I touched my skin, it was like really, it was like really, really overheated. So I got my fan on. If you can hear it, I do apologize. Let me know if the music is too loud or anything like that. But yes, welcome in V, welcome in Joe, welcome in any lurkers. Hello. Wait, I like that shirt a lot. Oh, this is my Mario. This is my Mario t-shirt. So I've got a little Mario, and then I've got like all the Mario sort of shapes. There's like question mark boxes and enemies and stuff, all sorts of little coins in there. So yeah, thank you. Yes, welcome in, guys. We will be continuing the Buffy tier list. My poor throat. You know, my voice box is going to be suffering. I thought that's a good Saturday stream, you know, and a good coming out of the heatwave sort of stream. Let me check what the weather is going to be like tomorrow. Weather in London tomorrow. Oh, it's going to be warm again, but then the day after is going to be nicer. I mean, it's going to be cooler. It's actually going to be really cool throughout the week. That's a relief. I don't need these heat waves. Perfect for a sleepy weekend. Hell yeah. Is this for your movie, V, or your TV show? SOB by Nathaniel Ratcliffe and the Night Sweats. I keep forgetting today is Saturday. Yeah, today is Saturday. Sunday tomorrow. And then tomorrow, it's the 17th of August, which was the very first day that I streamed RP. So I kind of feel like this obligation to stream RP tomorrow. I'm not going to, like, force myself to do it. Not that it would be, like, unpleasant. I don't necessarily feel like I need to, like, stick to this anniversary, you know? Because, I should RP if I want to RP, but it is an important anniversary for me. Like I know it's RP, you know, it's not like the most, you know, special thing ever made, but like it you know, RP, it was a huge confidence boost for me doing that. So the anniversary means something to me because that's when I first went live and overcame so many hang-ups about myself. So hello Katie Did, how you doing? Nice to see you. Not everything needs to be a thing. It is a thing, but I don't need to necessarily make it a commodified thing on Twitch. You're right, B. Therapy who? It is to me. Hello Katie. Welcome guys. Hello Callum, thank you for the lurker. Hello, hope you're having a good Saturday. So yeah, I'm going to turn down the music just a little bit more. Let me know if it's too quiet. I've just turned it down a little bit. I guess I could always just turn it down just on my end. But yeah, how's everyone's weekend going so far? After watching some Alien Earth, Joey and myself we revisited Alien Romulus last night. We might watch some more Alien movies. A little bit alien peeled right now. Kind of tempts me to go back to Alien Isolation in VR. Or at least edit the VOD into a video. But we watched Alien Romulus. I don't hate it anymore. I remember when I saw it in the cinema and I came home and I was like, I immediately jumped on to stream and I was like, I hated it. I dislike it, but I don't hate it. So I would rank it above Alien Resurrection, if that counts for anything. Not gonna lie, Alien Earth could use a little bit of Romulus's roller coaster energy. I disagree with that, V. I disagree. Because there are so many things in Alien Romulus where, like, you would think, oh, this is a perfect scenario to build some tension, and then they're like, it's like, I don't know, it's like having a lover who can't, like, last 2 seconds. No, there's a problem with that, but like, you're like, oh, bloody hell, come on, give it, just try to hold back. But they just kind of blow their load immediately. Do you know what I mean? That's what Romulus does. It just does everything immediately. There's no tension. And I like that Alien Earth has a bit more of a build up. Hello, Toto. How you doing? Nice to see you, Toto. How's your day been? It's the weekend. What are you going to be marking exams this weekend, Toto? Hello, Clean Possum. Nice to see you. Can't relate. Hello, Posse. How you doing? It's good to see you. I think Alien Earth has 0 tension. Okay, V, it's interesting because I feel like you're skirting around maybe telling us that you hate Alien Earth. Because every time you talk about it, you're like, I feel like you're dying to tell us that you didn't like it or something, which is fine. But like, you can just say it. It's okay to say it. I mean, a lot of us do like it, but if you don't, it's okay. Hello, Posse. Scrub, it's good to see you too. Thank you. I don't start teaching till a week from Monday. Toto, sorry. When we were talking about you marking exams when I was live the other night, I thought that was going to be like this weekend. But yes, I'm glad that you've got a little bit of time, before you need to start doing some of the teaching. You really, really like Episode 1. Episode 2 was awful, but I'm optimistic for future improvement. Yeah, like, Episode 2, I don't think it was awful. It was just not as good as Episode 1. And in my opinion. And I feel like Episode 3, it could quite easily pick back up again. We can't judge it just on 2 episodes. They should have released 3. Hey ho, hey ho. But yes, we won't rank Alien films or episodes tonight. It's a Buffy evening, although we can of course talk about Alien, but Buffy has an unfortunately canonical crossover with Alien. It's so annoying, but that's the comics. I don't really count the comics as canon, but yes, Buffy does meet the Xenomorphs in the comics, which take place after season 7. They really just wanted to sell comics. Honestly, it's not canon. Let's not treat it like it's canon. You're not forming an opinion on it this early. Definitely looking forward to more. Yeah, that first episode really the first episode kind of allows me to give it a chance, like for a few episodes yet, Horror adjacent TV is such a small percentage of programming. I imagine it's hard to know how to feel about it in terms of things like pacing and vibe. I like that it is sort of, in some ways, taking its time and then also not wasting our time in other aspects where, like, characters that have secrets, it's like, they just kind of gets on with it, But then it's also all the character development stuff, all the things that, like, we're going to be sharing, like, and empathizing with the characters about, that's like more slow burn things that are more important. You were obsessed with the DH comics. The post-show stuff though was I mean, I like Frey was great. Hello Trixie Dream Juice, thank you for the like. Hello, I hope you're having a good weekend so far. Nice to see you. Looking forward to episode 3 soon. It could end up being so good. Well, we'll find out on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we will know more. Yeah, Frey was great. If anyone doesn't know, there was a Buffy spin-off whilst Buffy was airing on TV called Frey. And it was basically like a Blade Runner story where, like, the Vampire Slayer in a Blade Runner setting. It's set in the future, flying cars, and possibly high skyscrapers, and it's Frey is kind of like the last Slayer, And so yeah, when they did the Buffy comics after Buffy had ended, Buffy does end up going into the future and she meets Frey, which is probably like one of the only reasons to kind of read those comics. But yeah, it's cool. You know, Frey has a brother and a sister, but the more interesting story is like she has a brother who was like into magic, but he gets turned into a vampire. So the vampire slayer, her brother gets turned into a vampire, and I think that was pretty cool. It had the first canonical appearance of the axe, right? Yes, the scythe, the magical slayer scythe. Frey had the best watcher, yeah. It's a good comic, like a good graphic novel. Yes, you've just spoiled the twist, V, but yes. I mean, it's a million years old, so yeah. It is a good storyline. I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense now that Buffy has changed some things around, because obviously, like, the end of season 7 changes things up. V, you're all good, don't worry. It's very, very old. It's very old. My bitrate, I noticed my bitrate is kind of all over the place. I'm sorry if the stream is like a bit choppy. It's a little bit like... Sorry about that if it is affecting the stream. It's just like up and down. It looks like a heartbeat monitor instead of a nice flat green line. That doesn't look very healthy, y'all. But yeah, we so far it's smooth on my end. Oh, hell yeah! Thanks, Trixie Dream Juice. Thank you. Appreciate the feedback. We have so far with the Buffy tier list got up to like towards the end of season 5, and I was just chatting so long about season 5 that I just had to like stop, and I was like, we'll have to come back to this, because it's like kind of half tier list and then half like deep dive into what happens with each episode. And I mean, what I've really learned about doing this tier list is like the things I remember most about the show and the things that I value most about the show and what I don't like about the show. When you can just see it all neatly arranged, it's like, oh yeah, there's some real clear things about this show that I do not like. And then there are some things like that are just like massive standouts for me. Yeah. You're struggling to remember season 5 outside of the ending. Well, season 5 is like the best season of Buffy, in my opinion. A lot of people say season 6. That actually was like one that I did not get on with very well when I was younger. I like it a little bit more now, but season 5 I think is just perfect. I just think it's like such a good storyline and like such a wonderful journey, transformation for Buffy, and so many difficult challenges for Buffy in season 5. I hated season 6 at the time, and I do not think that time has been kind to it. Yeah, I think. Yeah, we'll get into season 6. I think season 6 like has some gems. It has some promise, but it needed. I mean, you might disagree with me. You might not like me saying this. It needed more involvement from Joss Whedon. He was doing Firefly at the time, and he was also doing Angel at the same time. And I think his lack of involvement was just felt. You're so cancelled. I mean, the dude knows what to do with his own TV show. You know what I mean? And then he pulled back from Buffy to do Firefly, which is good because Firefly is great. Love Firefly. But when he wasn't there to steer the ship, a showrunner will have their fingers in every single episode of a show. Like they'll get back dailies, and they'll say, oh, maybe try filming it in this way, or maybe we can approach the scene from that angle. Maybe they'll add additional lines of dialogue. Like the writers for Buffy all said that most of the jokes that people loved from their episodes, Joss actually wrote. One of the famous things in season 7 is at the beginning of season 7, there's like a monologue that's really well written that is from an episode that Joss Whedon didn't write. And then the writer of the episode was like, oh no, Joss Whedon wrote that scene. Like, we were really stumped about where to go with that, the end of that episode. And so we were filming and everything was a bit of a disaster. So he just came in and then spent the day writing a monologue and pretty much directed it himself, and then like saved the episode. At least Maya Noxon was willing to admit that in hindsight, she was basically using that season to work through her own issues. I respect that she can recognize that about her work. Yeah, like, people are unkind to Marty Noxon, who was like the kind of second in command. And I don't think that's necessarily fair. What I will say though is like, if they could have done it all again, I wish they had kind of broadcast like where they were going with season 6 a little bit more to the audience, because it was hard to stay invested in the journey when we've just come from season 5 where there's a clear villain, there are clear stakes, there's like such a amount of pressure for all these characters, like to save the day. And in season 6, it kind of just feels like we're plodding along until the very end, and then it's like, oh, here's your villain. Last 4 episodes, they pulled a villain out their ass, and you can kind of see it coming if you're like really paying attention. But I just feel like it had nothing to do with the rest of the season. It was just like people just crashing out, which again is like part of the season, but like I feel like we needed that earlier. People like to find a figure to point a finger to, yeah, and it's almost always a showrunner when the original creator, made worse by him being so beloved at the time, isn't involved. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. He should have not done 3 television shows at the same time. True, but what a villain. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yes, we will. I'll be talking about it in a little bit. There are not many episodes of season 5 for me to rate before we move on to season 6, so we're actually going to be getting into it soon enough. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 episodes of season 5 left for me to talk about and then rate, and then we'll be diving into season 6. Yeah. But it's kind of interesting because, like, with season 6, I think I kind of have to talk about, like, my journey with it when I was a teenager, but also, like, how I feel about it now. Because when I was a teenager, there were things about it that made me uncomfortable. Just because, like, because I was, like, so sort of distant, alienated from my own, like, sexuality, right? There is so much sex in season 6. Because I was finding it so difficult to deal with being gay, and like I just could not accept it. Like, I just didn't like watching sex in shows when I was a teenager. It just made me notice that I wasn't feeling anything about sex, and it made me just confused. Because I wouldn't obviously allow myself to look at gay stuff, because then something would happen and be like, oh God, what? Panic, panic, panic. So I just didn't like it. And then there's so much sex in season 6 that I was just like, stop it. Why is Buffy doing this? Obviously now it's different. The journey's different for me, but we will get to all of that. Shall we jump in? Should we jump in and start talking about Buffy? I'm sorry that there are going to be ads on the screen. They're kind of like semi-translucent anyway, so it's not too distracting. Hello, Magnet. Welcome in. Hope you've had a good weekend so far. I literally started looking for gay corn at that time, and immediately was caught, of course. Oh, V, I'm sorry that you were caught. I didn't look at corn until, I mean, of course I had seen it, but it was all straight corn. I didn't really look at, I wouldn't allow myself to look at gay corn until I was 18. I remember, can I tell you a story? Magnet, let me know how you're doing and how your weekend's going. Let me tell you a story. I was trying to, there was like this app when I was a teenager that I would use, and it was kind of like a streaming app, right? Where I wanted to watch like shows like illegally, but I didn't want to download stuff. I didn't want to use Pirate Bay or anything. So there was like this app that you could use, and you could connect to what people were streaming, and and the people were putting porn on there, and so I was like, well, I'm a teenage lad, I should probably be into this. So I used to try and watch it, and it would all be straight porn. And so I'd be sitting there, and then I'd be like, oh wait, hang on a second. And then I'd like scroll down and be like, oh, someone's streaming every episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. So every time I was like, I'm gonna look at this man, putting his diddly widdly inside this lady, and then, watch some corn. And then I'd be like, oh, Curb Your Enthusiasm's on, that's great. And then I'd just like switch over and watch like 5 episodes of Curb Your Enthusiasm instead. And I just thought that I think back on that and kind of laugh, because like the corn had no effect, it was just not doing anything. And I would be like, oh, I just watched this comedy about this old man. You were saving yourself for marriage, we understand. No. By finding my brother's fetish corn, I learned very quickly to figure out deleting history. Oh my god, dare we ask what your brother's fetish corn was about, Posse? All those sweaty people getting loud. Oh, Golden Girls, season 3. I remember the first video I watched of gay corn, and like, it's so funny. I immediately like felt flush in my cheeks. It was like 2 farm lads, like farmers, sitting on a tractor, and one of them just starts licking the other guy's chest. I just went like all flushed, and I was like, oh, okay, all right, I get it, I understand now. So yeah, that was I like remember very distinctly that video. It would be so funny to like find that video again someday. It must be out there somewhere. But yeah, I just remember it was like the most boring video if I think back on it. They're just like kissing and licking each other's chests. I mean, I've never seen that in videos since. Your brother is into leather stuff. He's very open about it now. Is your brother queer, Posse? Are they straight? Good for them being into leather stuff. You're getting flashbacks to buying my first copy of Gay Times. Pretty sure I was close to having a heart attack. Oh, bless you. Bless you. Oh. When I was 18, it was like, I must give myself a baptism of fire. So I'll just like dive headfirst into every aspect of gay, not just gaydom, but just like sex as well. Like it was like, I'm just going to throw myself into it. There are subreddits dedicated to finding corn. You should check there. I'm not so invested in finding it. I mean, it could just be really disappointing, Joey, but it might be fun one day. Unclear. He's been straight historically, but there's been somewhat of a queerening. Oh, well, maybe he's a queer straight person. Maybe. Well, I mean, if that even is something that you can kind of align with. You're living on a military base abroad, so they only stopped stuff if people bought it. So I spent like a week terrified that it would be traced back to me. Oh, God, that is terrifying. That is terrifying. I have another friend who grew up in a military base, and he was just kind of lucky enough to find another boy his age. So they were both teenagers at the same age, and they just became boyfriends secretly on this military base. So that kind of worked out more, in a lucky way for him. Lucky him. Right. Y'all, here we are. Here's the tier list. Nice. Totally love that for them. They were both 13 years old, which has been crazy. So young. Yeah. He was actually the first guy that I no, he was actually the first guy I ever like properly dated. Yeah. But not when I was 13, when I was 18. Oh, yes, when I was 18. Yeah. I didn't have any girlfriends when I was younger. I had young ladies that were wanting to be my girlfriend in school. When I was at school, in secondary school, but no girlfriends, no boyfriends, no nothing at all. Nothing at all. Here is the rankings so far. In S rank, we have Doppelgangland, Hush, The Body. In A rank, we have Passion, The Wish, Graduation Day Part 1, Something Blue, This Year's Girl, No Place Like Home, and Family. I won't go through all of the other rankings because we've already gone through all of that. But I just wanted the topmost ranks, it's looking pretty good. Season 5 has really boosted the length of the B rank, because C rank I think was dominating if memory serves, but B rank was quite small, and then season 5 has really boosted B rank, and like brought down C rank to like a similar size. We have no F rank season 5 episodes. We have one, I believe, is Goodbye Iowa a season 5 episode? I don't know. This might be the one season 5 D episode, maybe. Can't remember if that's a season 4 or season 5. I think that's Goodbye Iowa, I think it's season 4. We have some C's though from season 5. B is growing. Yeah. You snubbed iRobot Eugene. V. It is season 4, yeah. V, Magnet will agree with me here. Riley is misunderstood. We like Riley. Riley facilitates some good storytelling. And, it all comes back around full circle with Riley, which we'll get into in season 6. We like Riley. He's certainly far better a boyfriend than Angel ever was, than Spike ever could be. Certainly better than Parker. The audience misunderstood him by believing that he was an interesting person. I like Riley. He is interesting. However, the story, because Buffy is our perspective character, the story needed to neglect and ignore Riley. Riley is submissive and breedable. Once they gave Riley problems, I warmed up to him. I think the problem with Riley was that they tried to make the interesting stuff with Riley to do with the initiative in season 4, right? They tried to make it like the interesting stuff about him, like him being a soldier. Once you strip all of that away from him, and he is just an ordinary guy who can't really ever get close, can't ever break through to Buffy, and he knows that she doesn't love him, but he just stays with her. Love that. Really, really love it. Great storytelling. And we know it's a multi-faceted problem because Buffy has reasons why she can't tell Riley about certain things. But even when she can share, and she probably could, kind of like ease her burdens and lean on him a little bit about stuff that is very real world, the things with her mom and stuff. Buffy still chooses to kind of be cold, and she she doesn't let him in. So it's interesting. So what does he do? He goes to the darkness that he sees as something that's part of her world, Maybe he's trying to connect to what she, maybe he's trying to understand her more. Maybe he's trying to feel what she feels. Interesting stuff. I like it. I like the Riley storyline. I'm not so mad at him about what he did. Like, some people are furious that he went and got himself bit. And I'm sorry, it's not the same. It is a betrayal, and it deserves to like have Buffy's feelings about that focused on. But this is a man that needed help. Like, it was kind of akin to drug use. It wasn't akin to, like, necessarily, in my opinion, going to a brothel and like getting his rocks off. I think Riley needed support and some understanding, not necessarily from Buffy, because obviously she's going through a lot already, but no one, like, Xander is like buddies with Riley, and Xander never steps up to like give this guy any support. Like, if Riley had told me, like, there's no one else in the world like Buffy, but she doesn't love me, I would check in on that man. I'd give him a call maybe a couple of days later, be like, hey Riley, do you want to like go and get a coffee? How you doing? Do you want to talk about this? But no one was a friend to Riley. Not in the way that, I mean, they are not a friend to Anya as well. It's like you have this really, I hate this, like this core group of friends, and all of the girlfriends and boyfriends are like periphery. Tara really had to break through. She had to really, really break through. But Anya and Riley, they always stayed on the outside, which we'll see in season 6. You liked his self-destructive spiral? Yeah. Forrest keeps popping up in a few episodes of a show I watch, and all I can think about of him when I see is she's so hot, she's Buffy, which is just chef's kiss cringe. The initiative stuff ended up feeling frustratingly half-baked. Sorry. I think they had a lot of rewrites that season that brought in Adam. They did. The scuttlebutt about season 4 is that Maggie Walsh was supposed to have a bigger part, but apparently they were not gelling well with the actor who plays as Maggie. She refutes that. She said that she liked her time on Buffy, and that she just had a schedule conflict. But a lot of the Buffy writers have talked about how, she was difficult to work with. So I think she was probably out of everyone in the cast, like someone that probably had no idea of what Buffy was and what they're aiming for. Like, I don't feel like she ever really picked up like the Buffy rhythm, like the way that the dialogue should be sold and delivered. Xander sucks, I know, but I will say this, V. Xander is at his best in season 5 of Buffy. Like, this is when Xander is his most bearable. This is when he's at his best, until they just decide again to knock him down. True. Why is it entirely on Buffy to be everyone's sole source of support? Yeah. Girlfriend has enough going on. And that's the thing, right? Like, it is really difficult when you are the boyfriend or girlfriend of someone who's going through something, because you don't have an infinite supply of care to give. You don't have an infinite amount of energy. And this reminds me of when I saw my friend like over a week ago, who's going through some troubles in his relationship, because he doesn't have an infinite amount of patience and and chances to give someone. And so you kind of end up having to, you do have to assert, like, I'm sorry, I know you're going through something, but like, I can't, I might have to walk away, and that's what Riley does. It is as it is. He gives Buffy an ultimatum and says, like, You know, because he has to live a life. He has to, you know, he didn't know Joyce was gonna die. I'm sure if Joyce died, Riley never would have left. He would have stayed. I feel like that is a guaranteed thing. Like if Joyce died earlier, Riley would never have left. He would have stayed there for Dawn, maybe, and looked after Dawn. He would never have left. So yes. There's always an issue with the series. They never really fully integrated into the core group. Yeah. I mean, what I do like though is that the characters call that out. Like Anya like has like some real confused moments where she's like none of you like checked up on me. None of you have spoken to me since, you know, this bad thing happened. So I do like that the characters kind of call that out. I remember reading about how that she was going to be the main villain of the season. Yeah, Maggie Walsh, yeah. I just found out that Josiah Mamet Shoshana in Girls is Professor Walsh's daughter. Okay. My brain was like a little bit like... I've not seen Girls, Magnet. I've not seen it. I'll have to look them up. Toxic dependency? Yeah, we don't like that. No. But I do think it's very fair to basically say to someone that is requiring a lot, you know, to just be like, listen, I do have limits. The friendships in that show are very one-directional for a lot of characters. Everyone kind of just pivots to the latest crisis. That's why I will say, we'll probably get onto it in season 6. I did love that Buffy and Tara do seem to start to develop a genuine friendship. It does come from a place of Buffy needing something, but that's okay. That happens a lot with people. They do develop an actual friendship. Now, is Buffy heartbroken in any way that Tara, you know, eventually meets the fate that she does? She doesn't seem that bothered. Maybe Buffy has frozen grief. You know, she's lost so much already, and she is the Slayer, and with that comes the realities of death. So maybe, you know, especially after she's died herself, maybe she has some kind of frozen grief going on. I don't know. I keep talking about jumping over to season 6. We're nearly there. Now they treat each other as equals. Yeah. That's something that stood out for me a lot in season 6. All right, let's get there. Let's get to season 6 by finishing season 5. We have an episode called Tough Love. In this episode, Glory is like still on the hunt for the key. I'm just going to bring up the Buffy Wikipedia. And they know that the key is in a human's form. They in the previous episode, they had mistaken the key, thinking that it was going to be Spike. And then Glory like licks his blood, I believe, and she's like, well, she does something, and she's like, oh, you're a vampire. She's like, she's like grossed out by it. Spike knows that Dawn is the key. He does not give up the identity of Dawn to Glory, and Buffy does reward him for this by telling him like what he did for her was real. Like all this other nonsense where he's like infatuated with her, that's not real. Like his fantasy that he was living with, like having the Buffy bot, the sex bot, like she said that was disgusting. But what he did for her in Glory's manner, that was real. Buffy sees that. She respects that. I don't think Buffy necessarily was like swooning over that. I think she respects Spike a little bit for that. So like I don't think she was telling him you have my affection. I think she was saying him, for that thing that you did, you have my respect. Like so I'm going to draw a line there, because I know a lot of people they are convinced that Buffy is head over heels in love with Spike at every opportunity that they whenever those two characters come together, which is just not the case. Buffy finds respect for that man sometimes. That whole superiority complex with it, an inferiority complex about it thing. Yes. With Buffy, yeah. Yes. So Buffy is dropping out of college in tough love. So, like, she actually has some pretty good professors now who are like sad to see that she's going. But Buffy has to step up now that Joyce is gone, because Dawn is like misbehaving at school. Dawn, like, who obviously is going through grief of her own. She also has this terrible knowledge that she is not real. She has existed for just mere months, and so she's spiraling a little bit. She stops going to school, and Buffy seeks Giles' advice about Dawn, and Giles is the kind of go-to for like Buffy to be like, oh, can you take care of this? Oh, thank you. Thanks for doing this. Thank you for doing that. So that's something that we'll come back to later. Ben is fired from his job at his hospital, and because Glory, right, who shares a body with Ben, and we've been suspecting there might be a connection between Ben and Glory. Glory is, as we are getting closer to a kind of ticking time, like countdown to when Glory needs to basically use the key in a lock that will open up a portal back to her hell dimension from where she ruled as a god, from which she was cast out and put into human form. Glory, as we get closer to that ticking time at the countdown, the end of the countdown, Glory is like spending more and more time like controlling the body that she shares with Ben. So Glory, like, has been in control for like weeks at one point, and Ben's like going into work and they're like, oh, you don't work here anymore. Like you haven't been here. You haven't shown up for work in weeks. And so Ben is like kind of just blindsided by this. He's going to be starting to think like, how the hell do I survive what's about to happen? Like, if Glory does get her key and she goes back to Hell Dimension, what happens to me? So yes, Glory demands from her minions that they tell her everything they know about the key, and they provide her enough information to conclude who the key is, and Glory leads the way to gather it. So like, they're theorizing about if Buffy is protecting the key and it's someone close to her, they're like kind of like figuring out who it must be, who's new, basically, They don't know that there was like a whole part of the spell that was used to create the key as a person that fabricated memories. So they're looking at who is new. Who is new? Well, Willow's girlfriend, who, has shown up very, very recently. So it says here, Tara and Willow discuss their relationship and Willow's powers as a witch. But this discussion ends up angering Willow because Tara, she's noticing that like Willow is like surpassing her. Willow's power is growing exponentially. Like she's outpacing Tara. But it's starting to get to a point where like Tara, who's closest to Willow more than anyone else is, she's like starting to feel a bit frightened by the things that Willow is willing to explore in magic, like, dark arts, like levels of power that Tara can't access, and going into like other realms of reality and stuff like that. She just like, Willow just does it, with this confidence. And like Tara, it's like Tara's looking at a kid wielding a gun, so Tara's like a little bit put off by it, and her concerns are completely validated this episode. I mean, we love to be like, hell yeah, when Willow starts unleashing her powers in this episode, which we'll get to soon. But Tara's concerns are completely justified. And what we talked about at the beginning of the tier list in earlier seasons is how you have someone that is like so buttoned up and like so straight and narrow as Willow, who is so smart and so capable, how like when someone like that falls off and comes off the rails, how they do it, so they do it hard, like they do it they do it. They really truly stumble, more hard than anyone else, I think. So, this episode, Tara and Willow are going to go to like a fair out in the park. They have their fight, and Tara is going to she's like, I'm going to go alone, and the two split up. So yes. Depressed over her first major fight with Willow, Tara goes to a cultural fair but finds herself sitting next to Glory on a park bench. They think Tara must be the key, and so Glory is happy to like capture her by herself. And that's when I think this is when Glory tastes the blood of Tara. She like is grabbing her hand and cracks her bones and like makes her skin split and all this blood comes out. And Glory tastes it and she's like, "You're not the key, but you know who is." And one of the things that happens. Sorry, I need to skip this song. This is like stimulating me a little bit. Let me let's go back. Yes. One of the things that Glory ends up doing is like, in order to kind of like stay sane, she like basically sucks the brains out of people, and she does it to Tara, and it's an absolutely gut wrenching moment where we lose Tara. Sadly, in the fight, Tara gets her brains sucked out by Glory, and she becomes like the people that we've seen on the mental health ward earlier on in the show. And Willow is distraught about this, and turns to magic to get her vengeance against Glory. Buffy is worried that Glory is getting closer and closer to Dawn, and she sends Dawn to go and stay with Spike in some caves, and she blames herself for the harm that Glory has caused to people of Sunnydale, particularly Spike and Tara. And Dawn tearfully expresses a belief that she is evil, a lightning rod for pain. And Spike comforts her. I think that's a really good scene actually with Dawn, because like she could Dawn could say how unfair everything is for her, but this is the turning point for Dawn as well, where she's like, I am causing everyone else so much pain. Katie did, I'm sorry. It was too overstimulating while I'm trying to talk about Buffy. So yes, Buffy tries to talk Willow out of going after Glory, but Spike's like, you're not talking anyone out of doing that. If that was someone I cared about, I would, march in and attack. Which is what Willow does. She breaks into Glory's mansion, and she's like flinging spells at Glory. She's like force lightning, like Palpatine, unlimited powers. She summons snakes that come out of the carpet and the rugs, and she starts throwing knives magically at Glory and sticks her in this like she turns the air to like tar and stuff. She's like throwing spells like it's Dragon Ball Z. Like Willow goes full Goku on her ass. And she's actually like the first person to successfully hurt Glory, which is so much more than what Buffy was able to do. Like Willow was actually able to hurt her, not just like push her back a little bit or like delay her, but actually hurt her. So Buffy rushes to the mansion to save Willow from herself, kind of, and like get her out of there. And Willow throws a few more spells at Glory, and then Buffy tears her away and drags her away. And yes, the next day, Willow, Tara, Buffy, and Dawn sit to eat. Willow spoon feeds applesauce to Tara. Now explain this to me, Americans. Let me just close my curtains. Explain this to me while I'm closing my curtains. Why are y'all eating tubs of applesauce just by themselves. like like that's meant to go in like a nice little apple pie thing or something, you know, like, or it's meant to be on top of something, surely. Like, why are you all eating applesauce? That's crazy. I mean, you think that you think us eating beans on toast is bad, and you're like out there eating applesauce? Like, what the fuck? I think I'm a little buzzed from eating that witch. Did anybody order an apocalypse? I can visualize Glory saying that. Some good Glory lines in that scene. Yeah. Applesauce is delicious. How dare you? I mean, we just don't eat it by itself. It is delicious, but it should go with things, Katie did. It's baby food, basically. I see. So that's kind of fitting for Tara, maybe, who's kind of has been kind of got, you know, kind of brought into like a more childlike state, I guess, because of her brains being sucked out. Willow is like very much drained from using all of her mana. Her MP is at like 5 out of 100, so she's very drained. She's like just gonna take care of Tara, and she, like, you can tell Willow is just destroyed about this. Dawn finds some comfort in it being able to look after Tara a little bit. As we mentioned earlier on in the episode, she kind of feels like she's a lightning rod for Pain. I like this turning point for Dawn, where she's not just like, oh my goodness, I'm having the worst time, this is so unfair for me. She turns it around to having some empathy for what other people are going through, you know? And yes, it is all because of her, but that doesn't mean she's necessarily responsible. Dawn never got to choose to be a key, you know? She didn't choose to be born into a human form. Like, it's not her fault. But she still feels responsible. At that precise moment, Glory shows up and tears the entire fucking wall down. And she's like, I've been looking all over for you. Or something like that. Wait, did she say that? Something like that. No, she says, oh, you didn't think you can get away from me that easy. That's what she says. You didn't think you could get away from me that easy, did you? That's what she says. And then when the wall has been torn down and the sunlight hits Dawn, Tara, like the other people that we've seen on the mental health ward and stuff, and people who have escaped, she sees Dawn for what she is and starts going on about the gold, like the green energy, such beautiful green energy. And she points at Dawn, and Glory's like, oh, well, there's my key. And then it ends with a like to be continued, where Glory has brought the fight to their doorstep, and then in so doing so has revealed that Dawn is the key. Glory knows that Dawn is the key. Super-powered Glory, evil Glory. So, yes, now the stakes have suddenly gone really high. You know, we lost Tara. Spike has been beaten and bruised. He's just absolutely useless, kind of. Buffy can't fight Glory, and now she knows that Dawn is the key. Hello, Eternal. Welcome in. Hello, Eternal Vice. We're talking about Buffy. How you doing? Nice to see you. Such pure green energy. Yes, Tara was like, let me get my own back on this bitch. Like, let me get my own back. So that's a summary of the entire episode. I think this is a good episode. I think this is a really good episode. It's also it's got some good foreshadowing of what's to come. The stakes get raised dramatically. When this first aired, and like, bear in mind, there was no there was no fix for what happened to characters that got their brains sucked out by glory, right? Like the way that they dealt with it previously was to kill like all of these people that she'd been leaving in her wake, like who she'd sucked their brains out. So when this first aired, I was devastated that that happened to Tara. Like I was so upset that they would do something so horrible to her. So I was absolutely beside myself, and you know, yeah, we can be like, "Whoa, yeah, Willow, woo, 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 woo," when she goes to get her vengeance. But you know what? Tara was completely justified to have that concern about Willow, and it's great foreshadowing for the season that's to come after this one. This is a lovely B episode. B episode. So yes, Tough Love ranked B. What would you rank it? I think this is a really good B episode. It's a B plus. It's a B plus. Some great effects as well for the time when Willow is unleashing her magics. You know, like the Force Lightning looks good. The snake coming out of the design of the rug looks pretty cool. Glory as well. Like I swear I remember that the actress that plays as Glory was a stunt actor to begin with. And you can, like, her physicality when she's in a fight is so believable. Like, she is, like, not having any of it. Like, she is picking up and throwing furniture. She kicks a sofa, and, like, she's just going nuts. Willow, like, has a bag of knives, and the knives kind of float up next to her, and then she sends them catapulting towards Glory, and Glory's just, like, punching the knives out of the air as they like, go, and all the knives go, ding, 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 ding. It's really cool. It's really cool. It's badass, and we needed like just a small moment of like of fighting against Glory, because also it also reiterates how powerful Glory is, because we've seen Buffy, who starts this season being the hunter. You know, Buffy is you know, kind of exploring and like delving into the power of the Slayer. She's a hunter now, and her power is no match for Glory. And then Willow's power is no match for Glory. Like, there's nothing that they can throw at this lady that is gonna work. Bag of tricks? No, bag of knives. So good. I bet that is a Jaina Spencer episode. Let me check. Oh no! Oh my goodness! This episode was written by the same writer as Beer Bad. So same writer as Beer Bad. There we are. What a comeback. Very good episode. It goes into Spiral directly. We have a to be continued screen. They were saving all their talent up for season 5. Yes. I don't think, you know what, like, I do think, you know, if you have to imagine, like, in the writer's room, there are going to be some pitches that they do that are, like, not their main episode. And then there are going to be, like, you know, I can imagine, like, every writer in the writer's room had to do, like, 2 episodes, right? And they probably had, like, a fantastic idea for, like, their other episode. And they're like, fuck, what's my other episode going to be? Oh, I know, I'll turn Buffy into a cave woman. And it probably got some laughs in the room. But they probably just didn't execute it in a great way. As we know. As we know. Spiral picks up... feel free to drop your ratings for that episode in the chat, by the way. Spiral picks up directly after. All the writers have great ones and real stinkers. That's true. Yeah. No one can be 100% like all the time. Spiral picks up straight where Tough Love ends, where Glory is about to like come in and B plus for those. Hell yeah. Glory's about to come in and snatch Dawn. Buffy grabs Dawn and just starts running. Buffy's like, she doesn't even like think about helping with Tara and Willow. Buffy just grabs Dawn and runs. Like, she leaves her best friend to like meet her fate with Glory. She's all instinct. Yeah, like she literally just grabs her and runs through the door in the opposite direction. And Willow uses her last amount of strength to kind of like delay Glory. And then this is where like things are a little bit inconsistent, because like Buffy is running through the university grounds, right? And like Dawn is literally like, her arm is about to come off with the way that Buffy's dragging her. She's like screaming, her hair's going all over the place. So Buffy has to pick up Dawn and run with her, which is crazy. Like, Dawn can't run, like Buffy has to pick her up. But literally throws Dawn through a door and shit. Yeah, it's so funny. I'm surprised she didn't throw her out the window. But it's a great scene. But this is where like Glory suddenly has Jedi powers, because she uses like forced speed and like just like goes like Sonic the Hedgehog out of the door, which is so inconsistent, because like, why didn't she just use those powers in like the finale? I mean, maybe the Dagon Sphere has something to do with that, but whatever. Who cares? So Buffy is running with Dawn, and then basically Glory catches up, and they do some shit talking enough for Buffy to kind of like let Glory stand in the middle of the road for just long enough to get hit by a truck. I mean, why a truck driver is going through the campus of a university, I do not know. but a full-ass truck plows through Glory, sends her flying backwards, and she smashes into the roof of a car. And it's basically just dumb luck, plot armor maybe, that Ben comes back. And Glory's like, no, not now, you idiot. And then Ben comes back, transforms, and he's standing in the middle of the university grounds in a dress, having been hit by a truck. And Buffy's able to get away. I love how this is in the middle of the day, tons of people around. It's so different for the show. Yeah, like most of the action scenes happen at nighttime in Buffy. And like that's what's great about the Faith episodes as well. Like when Buffy and Faith are in season 4 fighting in the middle of like the campus, and it's all in the middle of the day in front of everyone. I love that change of scenery. Lucky Laurie. Buffy reconvenes with the Scooby Gang, and Buffy is like basically this is her becoming like General Buffy. She becomes Leader Buffy, and she says, Glory's gonna keep coming, I can't fight her, so let's just not be here when she shows up. And like the gang are kind of gagged. They're like, so you're talking about running away, and like Buffy's like yeah, let's just go. And so that's what they do. They get an RV van. They get some snacks. Well, Anya gets some snacks. And they, it's Willow, Tara, Spike, Giles, Xander, Anya, Buffy, and Dawn all in an RV, a camper van, and they just get the fuck out of there. And they run. And like there's a nice moment with Buffy and Dawn where Dawn's kind of like, thank you for doing all of this for me. And I like that moment. And then like Dawn's kind of like, well, like what else can happen? And then suddenly an arrow or an axe or something like bursts through the wall. And then Buffy's like, you do realize this is your fault, right? the Knights of oh my goodness, what are they called? The Knights of Danzelfar or something like that. The Knights of what the fuck are they called? The Knights of, this is gonna really irritate me. The Knights of Byzantium, that's it. Oh my goodness. Why did I say Danzelfar? What the fuck is Danzelfar? The Knights of Byzantium have shown up again. These are the guys that are like anti-glory. Thank you, Magnet. Yes. Getting the fuck out of there isn't used enough in media. Like, sometimes it's the most sensible course of action. Yeah. And it was kind of gaggy worthy when we were watching it in, when it first aired, because Buffy's never really just running away from the apocalypse. Like, she's never just gotten out of town. But they're in the middle of the desert, and the Knights of Byzantium on horseback catch up to the RV. They are all like 100% against glory. They are they should be allies to Buffy, really, but they're much more like, they see Buffy as an obstruction to like actually defeating glory. Like, they would destroy the key so that glory wouldn't be able to get what she wants. That's the kind of mentality that they have on the situation. They don't care about rescuing a child or any other person. So they know what's what, but they are willing to go to any lengths to stop glory. And that's an interesting parallel for Buffy, because Buffy is doing everything she can to protect Dawn. But there is a duty that comes with being a slayer and saving the world, and the Knights of Byzantium sort of represent that. They also are a patriarchal power, much like the Watchers Council. So they sort of have like a bit of an echo of that, and they sort of represent like maybe the sort of cold, like truth, like the kind of more ruthless route that a slayer could take. Being a killer, being in a fight to the death situation. It's an interesting parallel for Buffy, these guys, because they are good guys, but they are willing to do something so fucking cold in order to stop glory and from ending the world, So it's an interesting thing. Walking out the door with their bags. Danzelfar is in Buffy too. I think there's a seal of some kind. I think the seal of Danzelfar is the seal in season 7, which opens up and lets the Turok Khans out. Is that right, Troa? Welcome intro, by the way. Hello. I think, yeah, Danzelfar is the thing that opens up, lets the Turok Khans out. I'm getting my lore mixed up. Just closing my blinds. Just closing my blinds. Watchers Council is dominantly men, but there are several women. But the Watchers Council represents a patriarchal system, the one that Buffy rejects and fights against in the end. So even though they have some ladies, they are a patriarchal system, going back to the creation of the Slayer. So in the way that they try to control the Slayer, the way that the system that they have for the Slayer is like full of things that are like problematic, like the Knights of Byzantium is like, I think they represent like the they're kind of like the opposite like type of heroes to what Buffy is and what Buffy is like fighting for. It's like this interesting mirror in the same way that Glory is kind of like a mirror to Buffy as well. Like Glory is another superpowered lady who is like so unburdened, so carefree, in terms of like who she is day to day. You know, it's kind of what Buffy should be able to be at her age as well, but like obviously the weight of the world bears down on her, as well as these new adult responsibilities of like being a parent to Dawn, losing her own parent, like having to manage the household as well as do everything else. So yeah. You're talking yes. When she wants the glove of Minnigan, yeah, and she has that iconic line trail where she's like, Faith, a word of advice. You're an idiot. You love Glory, your favorite villain? Yes, mine too, Troa. Mine too. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back on track because I lost my train of thought there. So the Knights of Byzantium are fighting the Scooby Gang, and Buffy gets up on the roof of the RV. On an SD TV, like when it originally came out, it would have looked fantastic. Now, when you watch it in HD, you can clearly see the stunt double's face for a lot of the fight. But there's some sword fighting on top of the RV. Everyone gets involved inside the RV as well. Giles is driving, and somehow a horse with a knight on the back with a kind of fucking throwing spear gets in front of him, throws the spear, goes into the window and gets Giles in the gut, and he like suddenly turns, and the whole RV gets like put on its side next to this gas station, and then the gang rush inside and like kind of hunker down, and Willow puts a spell up, a barrier, and the Knights of Byzantium they bring out their priests to try and bring down the witch's barrier. And it's not a good situation because Glory will be coming, you know? So they can't be wasting time being trapped like this. Buffy is like starting to lose it. Like she's starting to be like, we have to get out of here. But Giles is like seriously hurt. And it's kind of like Willow's kind of like, Buffy, like I think we really need to like help Giles here. Anywho. Who's got an S tier for you? Let me scroll up for you so you can see. There you go. There's S and A, Troa. Long story short, they do know a doctor personally, someone that gave his number to Buffy, Ben. So they need a doctor. Buffy goes and negotiates with the Knights of Byzantium for them to let a doctor through, and they have a captive from the Knights of Byzantium, their leader Kruger, who they have tied up inside. So it's kind of like listen, like we let a doctor through and we won't rip the head off of your leader, basically. So Ben, who is Glory, shows up to help Giles. The witch's barrier, Willow's barrier, has not come down yet, and Ben, who is Glory, gets inside the Scooby Gang's castle, where their fort that they have made for themselves. And while they have Kruger tied up, they learn some more information about what Glory is, because the Knights of Byzantium have basically been opposed to Glory like for a whole lot longer than the Scooby Gang have ever known about her existence. Ben is Glory. Hello, he's all that. Thank you, Trevor. Towards the end of this episode, it's Gregor. That's it. I don't know why I said Kruger. I think it's because that's how Glory says it. Yes. Basically, in interviewing, sorry, let me just hang on. I'm just gonna go through what Gregor says. He gives new information about Glory, one of Glory's fellow hell gods that ruled over one of the more horrific demon dimensions, attacked her first, fearing that her lust for power would drive her to seize the dimension for her own. After emerging victorious from the bloody war that ensued, but unable to destroy her, the other gods banished Glory to Earth. The magic which would allow Glory to return to her dimension was embodied in the key, which the knights sought to destroy, but which a sect of monks instead concealed from both Glory and the knights. These are the monks who are the knights. They're like the, I think they're called the like the monks of Dagon or something like that, because of the Dagon sphere. Anywho, yes. So basically, the monks they know that the monks turned the key into a human form. So yes, hoping to eventually use the key's power for good. In the intervening years, both Glory and the knights have hunted for the monks and the key, but Glory ultimately found the monks first. Before their deaths, the monks converted the key into the form of Dawn. Confident Buffy would protect her, the knights, arriving too late to prevent the monks' deaths, remained in Sunnydale, where they, like Glory, sought to wrest the key from Buffy's control. Glory's goal is to use Dawn's blood in a ritual to open a portal, allowing her to return to her home dimension and reclaim power. Gregor further explains that the portal will dissolve the boundaries between dimensions, causing the collapse of reality. Glory is aware of these facts, Gregor adds, but she will allow such chaos as long as she can return home. The knights are acting to prevent this by killing the key, which we know is Dawn, and preventing the portal from opening. Gregor also informs Buffy that upon Glory's banishment, she was bound to a now adult human male who has served as her host body ever since, and whose identity is unknown. If that man is killed while in mortal form, then Glory will also perish. And without the threat of Glory's ritual, Dawn herself will pose no further danger to the dimensional boundaries. Although shaken by these revelations, Buffy remains dedicated to protecting Dawn's life and defeating Glory before she can use Dawn in her ritual. Buffy allows Ben into the gas station so he can provide needed medical care to Giles. Gregor tries to tempt Ben into killing Dawn, and Glory takes over Ben's body. Exuberant that Ben has finally done something right, she kills Gregor, fights off the Scooby Gang to take Dawn, bursts through the force field and the magical barrier, and Glory disposes of all of the knights that are waiting outside, the ones that are trying to bring down the barrier, and disappears with Dawn. And then everyone like rushes outside, and Buffy just like collapses on the floor. She has a nervous breakdown. She's in shock. She's like completely like unresponsive, and like Willow's like, Buffy, and Dawn just like sits on the floor, tears in her eyes, just like out of it. She's just gone. Okay, let me check in with chat, and then we'll continue with like ranking the episode and talking about it a bit more. If Hush or the Body hadn't been S, we would have had words. Perfectly amicable and curious ones, but words nonetheless. Well, there they are, Trevor. Benzetta was too tragically hot to be anything else. Well, yes, he only got better with age as well. Glory is the only one who ever says Gregor's name, so I don't know if that's confirmed or one of her quips. Well, I mean, I feel like she would call him Gregor if his name was actually Gregor, but she pronounces it like differently from my British brain to kind of process as anything but Kruger. She says Kruger, but like his name's Gregor apparently in the Wikipedia. Yes, Troa, I was just reading from the wiki there. So yeah. Wait, are you telling me that Ben is Glory? That's impossible. I think there's some kind of connection between Ben and Glory. What a gender fluid icon. I think it's her California accent, maybe. Yeah, probably that. I think this is a really fun episode. With like, I mean, I remember when it first aired, I thought it was kind of silly. I like the idea of these medieval knights in like the Buffy verse. I thought was quite silly. Like, but the show pokes fun of that anyway. And I think it's just like, I think it's camp. When I look back on it now and I watch it, it's pretty camp to have these like these guys that are running around on horseback with chainmail, and they have these like old fucking fashioned monks that are like, you know, these priests that are like trying to cast these like spells to bring down the witch's barrier and stuff. I just think it's like camp fun. The kind of like kind of medieval fare of it all. I do enjoy it. And we get like a really good lore dump as well. Like I really enjoyed finding out about who Glory was before she got trapped in her human form. Like just being able to like imagine like she was this big hoo-ha in a hell dimension, and like the other gods were like so worried about like her grasping for power that they kind of turned against her. And I think it's such a great storyline that you have like this demon god that gets transported into a human form, and then you have the key transported into human form as well. And yeah, having like this thing that could like basically destroy the world be turned into something that they would want the Slayer to protect, and basically turned her into Buffy's sister. I think is a really good storyline. I like the tension and the suspense from having Ben, because we know Ben is Glory, or no one else knew. I think that was a lot of fun. This episode, I think, I would rank this pretty high, but I wouldn't necessarily put this as like an A. I think it's like a B plus. I think this is a really good B plus episode. Not sure what you all rank it as. But I think it's B plus. I don't know if there's anything else. I won't do the Joker third time. No, go on, Hazel. There, go on. Go on, go on. You know you want to. I think this. What would you guys rank Spiral? It's a pretty action-packed episode, and I think it's just the kind of gag of having like the Scooby Gang run for once. Like they would never run from the apocalypse before. Yes, go on. Throw in one more. So you're telling me that Ben is Glory, although none of that joking comes from this episode. Of course, it's from the next episode. So yes, having that kind of that absolute tragic final shot of Buffy, like we never see the way that this episode ends. We have never seen Buffy like that. She never just collapses and is just destroyed. Like consider all the things that she has lost this season, and then her sister gets taken. Like the ultimate defeat. Like she had one thing to do. It's not only that like she lost and her sister is in peril, but like the last thing like that her mum like told her to do was like we have to protect Dawn, you know? Like it's so heart-wrenching seeing Buffy just go into a puddle. Yeah. And the way that Sarah Michelle Gellar performs it as well, it's not even like she's like hysterically like upset. She is just gone. Like she's completely destroyed. So, yeah. I love just the building, like over the course of the season, I just love the building tension of this. The way that the storyline just like makes you think, oh my god, like how is this gonna go? Like we have an enemy we can't defeat. Although we now know what Glory's Achilles heel is. But here's the thing, right? at the beginning of the tier list, we talked about like how the show like defines like who is good and who's evil, and like how you make a distinction between the two. Like Buffy is not about killing human beings in order to save the world if it's like a necessary sacrifice. She wouldn't do it for Dawn ever, but I don't think she would ever kill Ben ever as well. Like, so having that be Glory's Achilles heel, like that, you know, Ben is like basically Glory's weakness. It's you kind of think, well, when you're watching this for the first time, you're thinking, well, Buffy would never do that. Buffy would never kill a person. This is my all-time favorite song. I don't know how a lot of folks that listened to Everything But the Girl. Wait. I don't know a lot of folks that listen to Everything But the Girl. Well, this playlist was put together by Magnet Trower. This was put together by Magnet, who I said, like, you know, when Magnet was telling me about making a playlist for the Buffy tier list, I was like, go for it, please, absolutely. I would love that. So, you know, they very kindly put together this playlist. Next episode is Weight of the World. I think Weight of the World is okay. Maybe you guys won't like me saying this, but I think it's just okay. This is the type of episode, Weight of the World, where like we have this pace. We're starting to like go really fast towards the conclusion, where like everything's becoming more and more exciting. It's like everything is coming to a head. Like everything's getting more and more tense. Like everything's really wound up. And like there's a lot of this episode that is just like, let's press pause. And it's fine because we're exploring Buffy's mind. Basically the premise is that Buffy has gone catatonic. They've returned home, and Buffy, you know, Giles is recovering. Buffy is catatonic, and Willow is like, we have to do something. So Willow does like a mind meld with Buffy and enters her consciousness to be able to try to reach her. And so whilst she's doing that, the rest of the Scooby Gang are talking about Ben, and Spike seems to be the only person that remembers Ben turning into Glory. And so like he's trying to tell the Scooby Gang like you know, Ben is Glory, like why don't you guys remember? And so Giles is like, so you're telling me there's a connection between Ben and Glory? And he's like, oh, she must have put like some sort of spell on like herself that anyone that sees her transform into Ben, or, you know, like they would instantly forget it. So Spike twigs that that there must be some magic at work that stops the rest of these people from being able to remember. But because he's telling them now, and the magic is sort of breaking, and they're able to retain the information. So, you know, that's how they've got around that. But yeah, there's some very fun jokes about all of that. Where they're like, they're not getting it. They're just not getting it. Yeah, the episode has like an exploration of like moments in time that have defined like Buffy's journey so far in this respect to Dawn. Like there is a little flashback to when Joyce and Buffy's dad come home with Dawn for the first time, which is of course all fake. But Buffy's like, oh, I can look after her sometimes. All this, like 4-year-old, 5-year-old Buffy. It's all very cutesy and stuff like that. But we keep coming back to a moment where like Buffy is just having this like pause where like she basically tells Willow eventually that this was the moment where I gave up. Like just for a moment I gave up. And essentially what comes out of this is like Willow's just like can you get over it? Like, so you had one moment where you like felt like you couldn't go on. Like you have carried the weight of the world and so much more on your shoulders, Buffy. Like snap out of it, basically. And that's pretty much all that happens this episode. Correct me if I'm wrong. We've got some Buffy fans in the chat, but I don't really think like there's much else going on here. There's not a whole lot to touch on in this like penultimate episode that I think is like worth talking about for like 20 minutes. But I think it's like a perfectly solid C episode. Not that it's like bad or anything. It's just it felt like either another episode they were planning didn't happen, and we're going to get into that when we talk about the next episode, because I've heard all sorts of things about like a crossover with Angel that was supposed to happen. So it kind of feels like something else was meant to be this episode, and then it didn't end up happening. Yeah, basically that, and Glory Dawn talking a lot about humanity. Yes, so what's clear with Glory is that Ben's humanity is rubbing off on Glory, and Dawn is starting to witness that, like, the more that we are getting closer to this, like, ticking clock, time, countdown, when, like, Glory needs to basically use Dawn's blood to open this portal, and like the more time that has gone on where she's shared a body with Ben, like she's having empathy. She feels bad, and Dawn is kind of just like, basically like, like, maybe you feel shitty because you're doing shitty things. I'd go see it was a ton of exposition, but it was well done exposition. It was well done. Let me talk about the crossover that never was, because I think there is some concrete evidence, not concrete evidence, there is some believability about how there was supposed to be a big Angel crossover for the end of Buffy season 5 and the end of Angel, because at the same time that Angel's happening, they've been negotiating whether there'll be a Buffy season 6 and then another season of Angel, and the network kind of had decided that Buffy is like suffering from its own success, like it's becoming too expensive to produce, even though it is a huge success for the network. Like, each season the budget needs to be increased. The actors want more money. The set pieces need to be bigger. Like, the show is just becoming more and more successful, even though it's a huge hit. And the network were unprepared to have Buffy and Angel. Like, it was just too expensive. They couldn't do it anymore. So Buffy found a new network for season 6. And that network basically promised another 2 seasons of the show. And you can tell that Buffy season 5 was probably going to be the end, but they were able to negotiate in hardly any time at all that Buffy was going to move to another network. And the story goes that there was supposed to the plan was originally meant to be that there would be like one final big crossover with Angel that would end like Buffy, with like the whole team, basically everyone coming back together for the final fight. And that this episode, The Weight of the World, kind of tells me, because of the way that it's written and like it doesn't really have enough going on really, was that maybe that probably was the case, because there was this whole stuff with like Angel and all of Angel's friends going through a portal to go to another dimension, right? That's where the Angel storyline was going at the exact same time as what was going on with Buffy. But the book that they used to travel through that portal, the spell that they used, and it stays in the human world. So there's no way for the characters to get back, and it's just through a contrived story beat that they just managed to kind of like magically get home in the next episode, next 2 episodes in Angel. But the portals are like exactly the same as the portal at the end of season 5 of Buffy. That's coming up in the next episode. And there's a lot of stuff out there about how during the final fight, the portals were supposed to like, bring in all of those creatures that we see. And it was also supposed to like bring in Angel and friends who would like basically, appear in the final fight and be there for the end of season 5 of Buffy. So you would have had the Scooby Gang, and then you would have had Angel, Wesley, Gunn, Fred, Cordelia, Lorne, who would jump into the fight as well. But because of the change of network, Buffy and all of its associated characters were now part of the new network, and Angel and all of those characters were part of the old network, and they weren't able to negotiate like having the crossover in time for the end of season 5 of Buffy. That's how the story goes. Obviously, Angel does come back in season 7, but Buffy characters, and like Angel characters swapping, it doesn't really happen for like a whole year and a bit. So yeah, Buffy season 7 has some crossovers with Angel season 4, but it becomes a bit more complicated. And it doesn't happen for like a full year when they change the network. So apparently the story goes is that the original plan was that the final episode of Buffy would have had like the whole army of Buffyverse characters, but it didn't happen. And I think Weight of the World kind of feels, sorry for this big long tangent, it kind of feels like they had another plan for like the final 2 episodes and they had to change it last minute. And then Weight of the World is the kind of episode that you write when you need to write something. You need to write something to fill the airtime that you needed to, that would have been dedicated to the crossover, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but like that's what the story is, but of course without anyone actually confirming it. So yeah. Everything But the Girl was everywhere in the movies ads in that era. I'm amazed they weren't better known. It's a nice song, Choro, that song that was playing. It's a very nice song. Okay, we're on to the gift, guys. Also, we all are in agreement about the world being ranked C. What do you think about the story about the Angel Buffy crossover? Do you think that's likely? Do you think that was legit, or do you think that's all hogwash? What do you think? Do you think that's actually a thing? I kind of feel like it's probably legit. I think considering like the portals are so similar as well, and like the way that they had set up that there was no way to get home when they all got transported to Pylea, like there was no way to get home at all, and then they just get sent home. Chora, I was saying, do you think there's any? Do you think it's like likely that the thing that I was just talking about, like that the end of season 5 of Buffy was supposed to be a crossover between Angel, and so that's why Weight of the World ended up the way it was? Do you think it's likely? That was the question. Like, or do you think it's hogwash? Because obviously no one who actually made Buffy has confirmed it. But apparently the networks were not able to negotiate like the money stuff to make that happen. So no one really knows for sure. I mean, someone knows for sure, but we don't know for sure. So yeah. We're on to the gift now. The gift. Oh, it's the gift. This episode I have seen so many times. I've seen the gift a million times. Okay, no one has any opinions on the crossover. That's okay. It's okay. Maybe it's all hogwash. Maybe it's all just a rumor. Let's talk about the gift. The 100th episode. It's the 100th episode. This episode, I think, is like... Sorry. I'm just going to skip this song. I just need to skip that song. I was getting a bit overstimulated. I'm sure it was. There were some interviews about that being on the table but never implemented if memory serves. The most said verbatim was it was intended to have a bit more integration, but it never made it to screen. Oh, there we go. There we go. Guess what, guys? I'm going to go to the toilet and I'll be right back. And then we'll talk about the gift. BRB, I need to have a wheeze. I've been streaming for nearly 2 hours. I'm just going to have a quick pee break. See you in a sec. Hello. There was some sort of missing. Oh god, music. There we are. Hello. I've turned the volume down for me so that I don't get overstimulated. There were some sort of things missing. Sorry, missing integrations in Buffy season 7 when in Angel he goes Angelus and Faith jailbreaks to get him back. She then leaves with Willow to go help Buffy. That's another where it's been confirmed there was more desired bridging between them, but since Angel would be popping up with the amulet later, they cut it. I thought it would help. with the Faith redemption arc for non-angel watchers. I wonder what it was supposed to be, because obviously, you know, Willow and Faith come back, and, you know, I wonder what it's supposed to be. Like, the angel would be coming back with them, or... I mean, I kind of like that it was just Faith, because we get to have some just, like, focus on just Faith and Buffy. Kind of, like, reconnecting, you know? But it is weird, because the last time Faith and Buffy saw each other, like, they were at odds with each other, and, like, Buffy was saying, basically, you should go to prison because of, like, the hurt that you've caused. Like, you know, it's not about, you know, like, it's not necessarily about, like, your own redemption, but, like, what people who have suffered at your hands deserve, you know? It was, yeah, true, I agree. I've got a chalk ice, by the way. I'm going to eat this. Hopefully, you can't hear me chewing too much. It's dark chocolate chalk ice. Yeah, it's very tasty. I do like dark chocolate. I don't, like, prefer it by any means. Let me get some different music on. Hang on a sec, guys. One moment now. Yeah, I don't necessarily prefer dark chocolate, but I do like it from time to time. It's very good. Let me find that playlist that Magnet sent me the other day. That might be a good thing to listen to. Let me copy this. Copy. And then paste. We'll have to paste. Joey wants a choc ice. Joey wants a choc ice. Dark chocolate choc ice. The villain, Glory, from this show is one of the reasons I use the term glorious so often, by the way. That's interesting. I like that her name is actually, like, Glorificus. That's so stupid. But I do like it. I'm eating a Snickers ice cream by myself. Oh, nice. This is a bit more boring than that, because it's just vanilla inside dark chocolate. It's a bit boring, but it's tasty. Probably got far too much sugar in it. This will be good for my throat as well, because talking about Buffy so much, it really hurts. It starts to really wear your vocal cords out. Wait, they do Twix ice cream bars? Wait, what? Let me look this up. Twix ice cream. I didn't know that. Wait, let me have a look at this. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Not only do they do... Not only do they do ice cream bars, but they do ice cream cones as well. Hell yeah. Wait, they do... Bueno? Bueno ice cream? Wait. There's Nutella ice cream, there's Maltesers ice cream. This is crazy. I've never seen all these things. Twix cookies and cream ice cream bars. That sounds so unhealthy. Hell yeah. I need to try these. Someone's done a recipe. Healthy Twix ice cream bars. And they're absolutely huge. Like they're holding two that are wedged together and they're like this. Sure, healthy Twix ice cream bars, sure. Hilarious. Vegan as well. Hell yeah. There should be more ice cream versions of things, don't you think? It's like they said, isn't it weird how slaying always makes you hungry and horny? And Buffy says, well, I do sometimes crave a non-fat yogurt. So, why do I feel apprehensive about talking about the gift? I think it's because it's such a big deal episode, you know? Let me start with a ranking for the gift, because I feel like we know where this is going. S. S rank. S rank. They put their whole Buffy into the last episode, and I think it was supposed to be like the last episode, right? But they ended up doing like 2 more seasons. But this would have been a really good place to leave it. We get like a nice little montage of like basically this like flashback to the beginning of the show, and then like there's just like seconds from every single episode of the 100 episodes, all like happening sequentially. And Buffy, you know, slays one final vampire. You never would have guessed. Yes, S rank. There's probably not going to be. I don't know if there'll be any more S rank episodes, guys. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. This might be the last S rank. It was officially over, but then re-engaged by another network. Yes, we were talking about that show, yeah. They, I think it was like, it took 2 weeks to negotiate. Basically, this new network were like, hell yeah, we'll do Buffy. Like, here's the money for 2 seasons. What else do you want? What else do you want? Like, do you want more money? Here you go. Yes, the next network were like, salivating at the chance to have Buffy. That is a little surprising, actually. Only 4 S episodes across the entire series. But here's the thing: if I was to rank the seasons, I would put season 5, even though like a lot of episodes have gone into B and some into A. I would put season 5 as an S rank season, because like the story as a whole, I think deserves to go into S. Yeah. So S is like season 5, and then season 4 would have been A. Season 3 would have been A. Season 2 would have been B, and season 1 would have been C. If that helps, if that makes any sense. You had 6 S's. So you had 6 S ranks, yeah. So I've got 5 so far. I'm so curious about what else you've put in there, Magnet. I think I know. I think I can guess what your next S rank is going to be, Magnet. Which episode was it where Willow goes, you pushed off Wicca to glory. Was that tough love? Is that tough love? You pissed off a Wicca? Excuse me for burping. It's the ice cream I just ate. So the gift. The Scooby Gang are having a meeting about what they've learned about Glory, the key. Dawn, Glory has the key. The time to use the key is imminent. Portals will open, and Giles remarks that, the portals will stay open until the blood flows no longer, until Dawn is dead. Buffy will not have this discussion about Dawn dying. She won't hear that. She will not tolerate a conversation about potentially killing Dawn. And she says, "We're not talking about this." And Giles says, "Yes, we bloody well are." So British. He's so British. Giles, he becomes even more British in that moment. Buffy kind of having a moment of being the general when, she's saying that they should all run away. She has come back around to being Dawn's, protector, and even though she knows what needs to be done, she has a chat with Giles privately about, if she fails, she's quitting, she's done. It's a weird conversation to have, because if this whole thing goes wrong, it's kind of like the end of the world. So I don't know why Buffy's kind of talking about quitting, it's a job, but hey, whatever. But yes, Giles is making it clear that they should be having a discussion about, to save the world, can they kill Dawn? And Buffy just basically lays down the law, and she says that she'll kill anyone that gets near Dawn. So this was, when I watched this as a teen, this was so gaggy, because having Buffy threaten the Scooby Gang with death was so it was so extreme and cool. She will kill them if they try to hurt Dawn. So she makes it known, and the gang tried to theorize, come up with other ideas. Xander says, well, what about Ben? He's innocent, but he's not Dawn innocent. And then he feels awful about the idea that he can't quite believe that he said that why don't we just kill Ben? But it's so interesting because you see a little glint in Giles's eyes when Xander mentions that. Giles is very funny. So yes, true, Trevor. Yeah. So while the gang are trying to come up with ideas, they sort of despair a little bit, and then they talk about why does it have to be blood all the time? Why is it blood rituals? And Spike's it's always got to be blood. Blood is life. It's what keeps you going. Blah 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 blah. And everyone's sort of despairing, and then Anya is trying to pick up the mood a little bit. And then she actually ends up, because she's thinking, Anya is able to think about the things the rest of the gang are not able to focus on. They're so busy thinking about the bigger picture, that this is about the apocalypse, that this is about Dawn, this is about fighting an enemy that you cannot fight because she's too powerful. Anya is able to get outside of that and have a different perspective, and she's well, what about the Dagon Sphere? This magical object that they've had in their possession this whole time, which the monks used to repel Glory. What about that? What about, we have this weapon, it's just sitting here from that episode of The Troll. You want to fight a god, we use the weapon of a god, the troll god weapon, the hammer. And so Buffy's like picks it up and she's like, oh yeah, I like this. So, you know, she starts offering some ideas. There's like a little bit of like, oh, actually, yeah, we could fight. We could just fight. And Anya comes through. She like comes in clutch. Whilst Xander and Anya are in the basement, you know, having one last little little shag. Xander proposes to Anya, and she says yes, but then slaps him and says, like, you're only proposing to me because it's the end of the world and you don't have to go through with it. Propose to me once the world doesn't end. Anya was supposed to die this episode. That didn't happen, but she was supposed to die. And she does, you know, get hurt a little bit, but fortunately she doesn't. Probably the, you know, plans for season 6 saved her. I don't know. But in their shaggy times down in the basement, they come across the Buffy bot again, and some funny one-liners about that. You know, maybe Willow wanted it and stuff like that. Meanwhile, they don't even know where Glory is holed up right now. But Tara is like getting more and more agitated because she needs to go. She needs to work on the factors. She's got places to be. She slaps Willow around the face and calls her a bitch. They realize they could like sort of let Tara off the leash, and she'll probably like take them to Glory anyway. That's what they do. Buffy gives one final speech, which was like basically like, here's how it's all going to happen. I'll kill anyone that comes near Dawn. And then they go and they head to where the tower is. Dawn is like trying to like get into Glory's head a little bit. Glory and Ben are like having this tussle, you know, where Glory is trying, like, it's the first time that we've seen Glory and Ben actually being able to talk to one another. Like the barrier between those two characters has become so thin that they're actually able to converse finally. And so Glory is trying to make a deal with Ben because Ben wants to save Dawn. And Glory's saying, listen, like, this doesn't have to end badly for you. Just let me cut the girl and we'll figure something out where you can have your life. So even though Ben does try to help Dawn, he ends up being swayed by Glory, which is like, kind of like you can hear it like being a death sentence for Ben. You can hear the death knells. You hear the bells ringing for Ben because he does that. Like as soon as that happens, you're like, oh, Ben's gonna get it. He betrays Dawn and drags her back to get tied up and be ritualistically sacrificed. The gang will show up, and Glory notices Tara in the working in the kind of construction site where the tower is. She's like, "What are you doing here?" And Willow's like, "She's with me." And then she sticks her hand inside Glory's head, and her other hand in Tara's head, and transports Tara's brains back into Tara's head, and everyone goes and gets thrown backwards. And Willow saves Tara and restores her sanity in her brains, and it's very cute. And Willow says like that she'll always find you to Tara, and it's very, very cute. We're like, woo, Tara's back. Buffy then shows up and kind of like shit talks Glory, has the Dagon Sphere. She's like, oh, this is supposed to like repel you, so you probably shouldn't touch it either. And she throws it, and Glory grabs it and crashes it in her hand, and it explodes with like weird power. And then she kicks Buffy's head off. And it turns out it's Buffy bot, and then Glory's like, did anyone else know Slayer's a robot? Then she turns around, and Buffy's standing behind her, the real Buffy, who whacks her in the face with this hammer, and Glory goes flying backwards. And then Buffy's an icon. Her hair's hanging loose. She looks fabulous. She's got this nice white sweater on. She's like, Glory, you're not the brightest god in the heavens, are you? Iconic. Love it. She hears Dawn screaming up above. and goes rushing to try and help. And a character from before like shows up in this episode to make sure that Glory's not running late. So he cuts Dawn open, and we'll get to that. But it's just like a big final battle, you know. What are we saying in chat? God damn it, Ben, we were rooting for you. I will say Ben looks very sexy in this episode. I don't know, there's something about like when he's like pacing up and down, he's like really agitated and his like muscles are flexing. It's like you can see the muscles in his jaw like flexing about. There's something very sexy about Ben in that moment. I don't know, even though he's wearing this big long dress. I don't know, there's something like very nice about Ben in those moments. Anyway. There is like some great fighting in this episode. Not so much between the Scooby Gang and like the minions. That's all pretty lame, but I love some highlights for me. I love when Glory gets hit with the wrecking ball. Like Glory tries to shit talk Buffy. He's like, what else are you gonna throw at me? And then Buffy like looks to the left, and then a wrecking ball smashes through a wall and just hits Glory. She just goes, phew. It's great. It's a great moment, yeah. It's a pity Ben had to be unsavable. He was a lot of fun to look at. Yeah. I don't think I would have wanted Ben to be around for another season, though. Do you know what I mean? I don't think I would have wanted that at all. Hello to him. How you doing? Whatever's handy, yeah. There is a great line, like Buffy and Glory are fighting like all the way up this tower, and then they end up like dropping down all the way to the bottom. Anyway, there's a great, it's a fantastic, like, there's a fantastic like set of lines where, like Glory's like, she's all bloodied up, you know, she's like had her face smashed in by this hammer that Buffy's wielding, and she's like, you're just a mortal, you couldn't understand my pain. And then Buffy's like, well then I'll just have to settle for causing it. Boom. It's so good. And then Glory's like, stop, and like she's on the floor, there's blood everywhere, and Buffy's like, you're a god, make it stop. Boom, boom. I just love it. I love that Buffy gets some of those moments to like just really just smash in this villain's face. It's so good. I remember lose your hammer, sweet cheeks. Such good like final lines between Buffy and Glory. And then you know, under Buffy's hammer, Ben comes back and he's all bruised up and bloody because obviously Glory was. And Buffy doesn't smash his face in. She's kind of very foolishly, in my opinion, tries to make a deal in a way with Ben, and she says like, that's it, like she stops. If she ever comes near me or mine again, and he's like, we won't. And here's the thing, like Giles shows up and he's like, oh, can you move? And then Ben says something like, I need a med kit or something like that. And then, you know, Giles very rightly points out that Glory would make Buffy pay for that message. Like, Glory would have 100% come after Buffy in the next moment she could. And then Ben says, this is another iconic moment. This properly gagged me when I was a teenager, and I remember my dad was sitting next to me during this scene, and he was gagged when I was a teenager. I remember like looking over, he was gagged as well. We were like fully gagged about this because you know, Ben's like, oh, she could have killed me, and then Giles says, no, she couldn't. She's a hero, you see. She's not like us. And then he grabs Ben by the face and chokes him to death. And then Ben's like grabbing at Giles' arm, and Giles like he's cleaned his glasses are on, and he just looks down at him, like just holds his face like suffocates him to death. I was like, fucking hell. The Ripper has come out. Giles kills Ben. And he knew what needed to be done. He stopped Glory. Giles killed a god. How about that? Yes, Giles knew that Buffy was never going to be able to do something like that, so he stepped up and did it. Yes, this moment gagged us. Oh, this is one of the best moments of the series, and he was right to do it. Sorry about it. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, Buffy would never do that. You know. Oh, it's an interesting question. Could we ever do something like that? You know, if we knew, you know, if like, you know, Super Hitler was like right at our feet, bloodied and vulnerable, and could be killed. Like, would you take that step to? Could you do it? Could you take their life? Because you know you should. Not a stepdad, but the dad who stepped up. Yeah. I've skipped a lot of details in this episode because we know this episode inside out. But by the time Buffy makes it to Dawn, it's too late. The portal has started to open. And what I think is a good thing to look back on, and Shaky Jake always says this, is an important thing to reflect on. Like, the Buffy fandom hated Dawn for years. We hated Dawn through season 5. And we hated her after. And it was kind of very unfair. When I think back on it, I'm like, why? Like, I despised Dawn for so long. I don't now, but like, I just think it's so unfair that we did. Because especially as, before Buffy does anything, what does Dawn go to do? She tries to throw herself off the tower into the portal to stop it, to kill herself. Like, Dawn, without hesitating, tries to sacrifice herself, and Buffy stops her. It's like, what are you doing? And Dawn's like, I have to do it. Like, it won't stop until my blood stops, basically. And so, like, I think that's worth recognizing, that Dawn was willing to save the world, to save all the people that's close to her. She was, I mean, it is believable that like a 14-year-old could come to that moment, because obviously she's felt like a lightning rod of pain for everyone around her. She knows that she's not necessarily real, although she is, you know. Here's the thing, if your memories are fabricated but they feel real, and the people around you love you and you love them, what harm, you know? What are memories even made out of anyway? What is even real? Like, if it feels real, it is real. So who cares? You know, who cares if you're like 2 months old? What's important is that, like, the love that you have, the love that you share. That's my take on that. But anyway, I think it's important to know that Dawn was willing to do that. And Buffy has an epiphany, the journey of the Slayer, that this journey that she has been on comes to this moment. You know, that a defining moment for her as a Slayer, that death is her gift, as told her by the first Slayer, you know, when hinted at when, you know, she first started hearing that she doesn't know what she is, hasn't even begun, that she has this final thing that she can give, and, you know, we see that Buffy like really does find peace as like the beautiful shot of the sun coming up happens. Buffy realizes that, you know, she shares, you know, the key was made from like Buffy, and that they have a blood connection, and that she can end this, and that, can we turn the music down just a touch? Absolutely. I turned it down on my end, so it was quiet for me. There we are. And yes, you know, Buffy has always had this like struggle with like, is the Slayer just a killer? Are they just, you know, is her power just rooted in just destroying, things. But each death of a Slayer is a sacrifice that leads to the continuation of what the Slayer does, like the duty of a Slayer, the the prevention of the apocalypse. Each a Slayer's death is as important to what they do, because it is the continuation of the Slayer. It is the gift that they pass on to the next. So, we have a wonderful moment where Buffy grabs Dawn, and she delivers that speech that we know. And she says, the hardest thing in this world is to live in it. Be brave, live for me. We all know it. And then Buffy throws herself into the portal and dies and closes the portal. And it's very, very sad. And I remember just after that episode finished, and we have that final scene which comes up to the headstone in the cemetery where Buffy is buried, and it said she saved the world a lot. I just remember laying on the sofa and just being absolutely destroyed. I was like, when we were talking about the weight of the world and the way that Buffy is kind of catatonic, that was me at the end of season 5 of Buffy with The Gift. So I was so destroyed. It was so sad. And also on TV, all the adverts in the UK were advertising the finale of Buffy by showing the fucking tombstone. It was so outrageous and annoying. They were like, watch the end of Buffy, and then it would be like, and then it would be like the tombstone at the very end of the episode. I don't know how the hell they got away with that. So annoying that they showed that. So I kind of was in disbelief about it, and I was refusing to believe that it was just going to be that simple, that Buffy was just going to die, but obviously it did happen, It was just a brilliantly written episode. Yeah, it was so shit, Joey. If the show had continued, Giles eventually gets turned in the comics, and seeing that on screen would have been brutal. What, turned into a vampire, Trevor? Now, here's the thing. I know the show writers say that the comics are canon, but I do not treat them as canon because they are so not on Buffy's level, the show. The comics it's just too whimsical, wacky, stupid. It's not canon. Buffy did not go to space in Spike's spaceship and go and fight xenomorphs. I'm sorry, it just is not canon. The comics are just designed to sell comics. That's why there's a Spike and Buffy romance, because they know that there's a bunch of weird Spuffy fans that would spend money to read about it. Just all the stupid shit, Warren coming back, it's just I do not see it as canon. And now we've got a new spin-off, sequel series, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, New Sunnydale. So it's kind of, been wiped out of existence anyway from the canon. So it didn't happen. It didn't happen. I mean, I don't mind if people enjoy them, but I don't treat it as canon at all. But yes, does anyone have anything to say about The Gift? Because this is a really, really well written, Joss Whedon episode. I think it if it served as the finale to the entire show, it would have been absolutely a great end to Buffy. I'm glad that it ended up not being the very end of Buffy. I'm glad that we got some more, but it would have been a very fitting end. I do think Buffy deserves to live. I know that like there is a thing of like sacrificing your hero, and they go out with one grand last gesture. But I think Buffy truly, really, out of like all of our heroes in media, deserves to live. Like I think she's so well written and she has her flaws and she fights so hard that she gets so few rewards, and I think she really did deserve to live and to just have the life that she wanted to have. And I hope in this sequel series they don't just kill her off to be able to pass the torch to this new Slayer that's going to be in the show. I do not want to see Buffy get killed off again. Just keep her in it. We don't need to kill her again for a third time. Let's leave it alone. But we'll see. I didn't enjoy the comics, but that notion of having her so-long mentor becoming her last nemesis would have been a better ending even than 7. Well, I like Giles. It would have been pretty heartbreaking, but the thing is she's already lost a parent in Joyce, and Giles is her surrogate dad, and I don't personally want to see that. I wouldn't want to see Giles become a villain to Buffy. They have conflict, but like I think Giles, in terms of storytelling, is much more valuable. In the comics, it's a whole other thing, but like in a show, I wouldn't want to see it. Buffy's already lost too much. She's already lost too much. The graduation day fun toy surprise moment got it an A rank from me. Well, I mean, I've got graduation day part 1 in rank A, but graduation day part 2 is B. Giles always hints at a dark side. Yes, yeah. Well, it is kind of touched upon. Troa, it is touched upon. But yes, let's focus back on the gift for a second before we move on to season 6. So, Troa, let's come back round to the gift. What's your ranking for the gift? Is it in S? Is there any final thoughts that we have on the end of season 5, or just the season as a whole? No, don't be sorry. I'm just kind of focusing back on this before we move on. Just before we move on. I think season 5 is like Buffy at its best. I think it's got like the best overall storyline. I think the stakes are so high by the end that it's just such an amazing ride. And I think also what Buffy has to contend with is like the most relatable and like grueling thing for her, which is so engaging. It is like the weight of the world as a Slayer, and then the weight of the world as a person, an everyday person. Like, what a terrible time that she was going through. But she pulls through. Gift was S for me, and 5 is my fave season. Both get that from me. Yes, I would put season 5 in S. Yeah. But yeah, the very best villain. I think, honestly, Glory is like my favorite Buffy villain, but Glory is also one of my favorite villains, period. Like, I love Glory so much. She is just so great, so fun. And really, like as Buffy describes her, she is basically just Cordelia. She's basically Buffy, but evil. So, I mean, she's not even, that's the thing, she's never really that evil. She is just completely self-centered. Man, this is really makes me want to rewatch it. It's been too long and I love a refresher on all the great moments. I'm going to jump back in at season 5 and watch 5, 6, and 7. Maybe you should just do the same, Joey. Just jump in at season 5. I feel like too often we feel like we need to watch like season 1 all the way till the end of a show when we do a rewatch. Just watch whatever season you want to watch. When these were all being watched on DVDs, right? I would never watch like the whole thing religiously from beginning to end. Like I would always just be like, I feel like watching this season, and then I would just watch that season. I decided a rewatch of this after your last of these. I'm almost to season 4. Oh my god, Trower, you've been busy. You've been busy. Hell yeah. Okay, y'all, we're into season 6. You put it on the background while you work at home? Nice. We're into season 6. Okay. So out of like season 4, 5, 6, and 7, 6 is my least favorite out of like that kind of late era Buffy as an adult sort of set of seasons. Like the whole Buffy as an adult section of the show. Post graduation, season 6 is like my least favorite. I did not like season 6 of Buffy when it first aired. I'm going to say that now. I was pissed off. I felt like it didn't have a storyline because we had such a fantastic storyline with season 5. I felt like we had so many things that were just out of character for the characters. But I mean, I think for me as a teenager, what I was actually experiencing was that I was unable to relate as much to these characters because I was still a teenager and they were going into some more adult themes. They were going into struggles which I was not dealing with. So it was like so difficult for me to relate to them. And I was pissed off. I was really annoyed. Because it felt like every episode it was like characters just shagging. This is teenage me. Obviously now it's a different perspective, but like I was just like, why it's just constantly about sex. It's constantly about magic drugs. It's just constantly like characters lying and like doing random shit and like all the friends like splitting apart, and Xander goes back to being super annoying and like, and Giles is gone. Like Giles just fucks off for most of the season. So it felt so like at odds with what I loved about the show. Just saying that. I didn't enjoy 6. Out of 5, it was such a drop in experience at the time. Yeah. When it first aired, I was so excited. Buffy was back. Xander never stopped being super annoying. We have a reprieve from annoying Xander in season 5. He's all that. Season 5 Xander is okay. He's all right, thanks to Anya, And then in season 6, they have to do the reset where like any character growth he's had gets completely reset. He's back to being annoying Xander. So I do think season 5 Xander is okay. We begin the season with the gang taking up the responsibility of handling the vampire slaying, and they are struggling with the practicality of having to fill the role of the Slayer, which they can't do. They have utilized the Buffy bot, which is inadequate. And there is the emotional toll that this is taking as well. Meanwhile, there is a secret conspiracy between Xander, Tara, Willow, and Anya, who are planning to do a spell to resurrect Buffy. They've kept Spike out of the loop. They've kept Giles out of the loop, and they've kept Dawn out of the loop. They think that because Buffy died in this portal of mystical energy, which was a gateway to hell itself, that Buffy, like Angel before, when he died and came back, is trapped in some hell dimension somewhere, and they need to rescue her. So they have completely ignored Dawn and neglected her as well. And like Dawn has these really uncomfortable moments where she's like with the Buffy bot. She goes and like sleeps next to her at one point, like who obviously resembles her sister. And no one's really giving her the time of day. And Giles, without his Slayer, without being able to be the Watcher, he kind of feels like he should probably just go back to England. There's nothing for him here anymore. Which I'm a little bit frustrated with because I feel like Giles really should have stepped up and he should have just taken care of Dawn. I don't understand why Giles, and it's very convenient in the story for him not to, but I think Giles should have stepped up and taken care of Dawn, like been a dad to her. Like, why he didn't do that, I don't know. Like, even out of respect for just Buffy and her memory, to just make sure that Dawn is okay and looked after is just, I don't understand. Hey ho, his choice, whatever. Any working man under Any and working man Xander was a definite improvement to the walking butt of the joke. Yes. Anya and working man Xander, yes. This is a two-parter, so I'll rank them kind of together, because this one is basically, it's not like where we get like two different experiences that are just connected. They are basically one long episode, one long intro. I remember in the UK, they aired these two parts together, and they had it was so kind of weird as well, because they had like an 18 rated version, like an adult rated version that they showed on the same night, but like late at night. I remember staying up late and rewatching the episodes because they did like an uncut version. Because there's a point in when they're getting ingredients for the spells, like where Willow like stabs baby deer, and there was like all this blood and stuff. And there was a few other moments which were quite gory, so I stayed up late and watched the later version, and I remember being kind of surprised by the gore that was like in season 6 already. I was kind of like, oh, like this is a bit much. So yeah, there was like an uncut version. Anyway, the tone already kind of feels a little bit off with the beginning of this season, but everything kind of culminates in them trying to do the spell, and it goes well, but they don't know. They think they failed because Buffy doesn't just, like appear before them. Like I don't know if they were expecting like either like a gateway to hell or like a glowing light, and then Buffy would be like, "My friends, I have returned," or if it would be like Jesus where she comes out of a cave or something. I don't know what they were expecting, but what they don't know is the spell worked, and Buffy is reanimated inside her coffin. And bear in mind, this episode happens before Kill Bill Volume 2, but basically, remember in the scene in Kill Bill Volume 2 where Uma Thurman has to punch her way out of her own coffin and climb out of the soil, and she pushes her hand out? Buffy did that first. I don't know if Quentin Tarantino watched this episode, but Buffy has to claw her way out of her own grave, and she's traumatized as fuck. Her hair is really bad. Her hair is tragic. It's actually the Buffy bot that sees Buffy and then lets Dawn know when Dawn comes across the Buffy bot, and was like, "Oh, my other me, I saw my other me." So Dawn is the first person out of the Scooby Gang to find Buffy alone, and then the rest of the gang find her as well. And they know something's wrong. Like Buffy is kind of like traumatized. She's like scared. She's not speaking. She's just reacting. She's just acting out of instinct. A demon biker gang have meanwhile shown up, and they've run amok through Sunnydale and they're destroying everything. So Buffy kind of looks around at all these fires that are going off and like all this trash, thinking that she's in hell maybe. And she goes back to the tower where she died, maybe to kind of like retrace her steps and like go back to death, like to escape like the hell that she thinks she's out. She's found herself in, and then that's when Dawn finds her and saves her, takes her home. Willow as well kind of shows, this is like the thing that they set up for Willow. Her trajectory in all of this is Willow is quite unlikable sometimes. Like she stabs a deer for God's sake, but she's like, she sort of is very forceful with Xander, and like she's kind of developed a sort of arrogance. Like Willow has become, she is still Willow, but she's become quite she's on her way to becoming what we will see her become. Like all the seeds have been planted in this first episode of like she's going to be a bit of a problem. So yes, what we're saying in chat, I'm sure he stole that shit. Well, Quentin, yeah, it gets an F because of what they did to her hair. I also have a theory on the Giles not dad topic. It's similar to my Dawn dislike theory in a way. Oh, sorry, Troa, please put it in the chat. Absolutely, I'd love to see it. Was the hair supposed to be like that? Something to do with the idea of our hair keeps growing after we die? Oh, that's true. I mean, it's also kind of like her hair is not going to come back to life, is it? So it's going to be like dead hair as well. You know, it's not going to be like, I don't know. Yeah, it's also going to be full of soil and stuff as well. A baby DNLS, yeah. Yeah. There is one thing as well where we are now in a post Harry Potter, in the media sort of world, and the magic in season 6 changes. A lot of the magic in Buffy before had been like pagan ritual. There would be like books that would need to be read from, like Latin, candles being lit in, circles, and like sand that would need to be drawn out in certain symbols and stuff. That I can all get behind. The magic in season 6 of Buffy, for some reason, and maybe it's the post Harry Potter effect, maybe. But there's this one that always makes me laugh, where like one of the black demons grabs one of the other characters. I think it might be Anya, and then Tara is running through the woods, and she goes Dislavo, and like this magic shoots out of her hand and like dislodges the character from the black demon. Just like Dislavo, it was like it's so Harry Potter, and I hated it. I was like, what the fuck is this Dislavo bullshit? Like, I don't know. Like, when Willow is fighting Glory in season 5, she's, like, doing this, like, poetic kind of, like, conjuring magic. You know, she stands with her arms outstretched, she's floating, her eyes go black, and there's wind in her hair. And she's, like, she's rhyming, she's spitting beats, and the magic kind of shoots out. And then in season 6 it's like Dislavo. I didn't like it. Her body regenerated, yeah, but maybe her hair didn't. Maybe a theory. You know what, Magnet, you should do a 6-hour deep dive video on YouTube of like what parts of Buffy came back to life and what parts stayed dead. The Dawn dislike theory. I don't think people were supposed to like her. I agree with that, Troa. Yeah. I don't think the dislike was meant to last as long as it did, though. But yeah, I agree with that. She only started showing the foibles that make people going through adolescent growing pains until after phase ends. I think this is done to prevent the certainty of Dawn surviving. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, that is actually really interesting, Troa. To prevent the certainty of Dawn surviving. Yeah. That's a really good theory. Yeah, but it is 100% purposeful. I agree with you, yeah. For us to not like her. But I wish it just didn't last for as long as it did, Troa. You know what I mean? Especially in later seasons. Imagine if she had suddenly had a wand. Gustavo! Oh my goodness. Wingardium Leviosa. Ugh, the Harry Potter effect. There is a tonal shift with season 6 of Buffy. There is so much about this season that does not feel like it gels with the rest of Buffy that has come before it, and I don't mind if they go in new directions and stuff. But the humor, the set design, the demon design, the special effects, the way that the magic works, the way that they deliver these episodes, the direction, like the sudden tonal shift with making it more gory and stuff. And like, I guess like the themes and like the the complete abandonment of like the gothic side of Buffy. Like Buffy was always so gothic, and we just completely dropped that in season 6. It's no longer a gothic horror supernatural show. It becomes like something entirely else, where I felt like I was watching Charmed. It all begins at the start of season 6, and I would put both part 1 and part 2 of Bargaining in D. Does anyone disagree with me? A D. It's a D. How are we feeling? Giles not dead theory. Given their last conversation was about killing Dawn, and Giles having the mind he does, knows he wouldn't actually see her as a sister. In addition, the similarities as a whole between Buffy and someone he can't separate from faking his mind wouldn't seem something in his character would do. Well, let myself to grieve. I guess it does make sense if he was prepared to kill Dawn. If he had those thoughts, like, I would kill Dawn. I guess that would make sense, yeah. It's a very good point, Troa. Yeah. It's a D, yeah. Not well done, even with the options they brought in. It felt like chaos. Yeah, it felt like you could have done a really good episode just on bringing Buffy back. Charmed mentioned, let's go. Hello, Meteor. Welcome in. Listen, that is not to... I don't want to shit on Charmed, but Buffy is not Charmed. Buffy should not pretend to be Charmed. I feel like you could have done a really good thing of like Xander, Anya, Tara, and Willow trying to resurrect Buffy without Giles, Dawn, Spike figuring it out, and then it going wrong and Buffy coming to life in her coffin. That deserved focus, and you didn't need a two-parter with all the other shit. You didn't need the biker demon gang. You didn't need the Buffy bot kind of going to the parent meeting at school, and like it just felt like we had, I mean, this is true, but it felt like we had like different people making the show, which is kind of true. The people making the show who are in charge of it now were Buffy writers, but they never had this much control. And it just felt different and weird. And so I rank these episodes as D. They're not altogether bad. Like they're not down in beer bad territory. Meteor, how are you doing tonight? It's nice to see you. However, that being said, Afterlife, I think is a very good episode. Afterlife is what I wanted from an episode where like the characters come back to life and they're like freaking out. It's very simple. Dawn brings Buffy home, and Buffy is able to focus in on Dawn. Like she's no longer like in her like, oh my god, am I in hell thing. She's like, but Dawn is, it's very simple. Dawn is just like cleaning her up. She's like wiping the mud off of her face like with a flannel. She tries to clean her hands, which have got blood on them and stuff. And Buffy like lets Dawn take care of her and stuff. Honestly, not doing well. This heat. Oh yeah, the heat. Yeah. Oh my god. Last night, Meteor, it was awful. Like, just sitting here, it was like, ugh, so horrible. Tonight's not so bad. I've got the fan on in front of me, and it was a bit more cloudy in London. So, yes. What the fuck was that last night? Oh my god, last night was so horrible, and I couldn't sleep until like really late as well. Horrible. And I didn't even sleep that well. So I'm very tired today. I'm sorry that you went through it yesterday though. So Spike comes back to the Sunnydale, the Summers residence, and he mistakes Buffy for Buffybot briefly, and then he quickly twigs, oh my god, Buffy, this is Buffy. And he realizes when he sees her hands what's happened, and that she had to claw her way out of her own grave. And she is so calm, and she's so trusting with Spike. He clocked her pretty quick. Oh yeah. He's very delicate with her, and then of course fucking Willow, Xander, Anya, and Tara rush in, and they're like, Buffy. They're completely overwhelming. That Dawn has to be like, guys, like, back up. And in this episode, Willow's like a little bit thrown. She was expecting Buffy to be like, oh my god, Willow, like, thank you so much, you saved my life. Like, she's become so vain, so arrogant. She was expecting like Buffy to be like, thank you, Willow, thank you. And Tara's just like, just give her some time. And then in a really creepy turn of events, our super lesbians wake up because like something smashes over their heads, something glass, and Buffy, who's silhouetted at the end of their bed, is like, bitch, you know, she's like, she's talking all creepy shit, like, and basically, when Buffy came back into the mortal realm, she brought a hitchhiking ghost back with her from hell. So there is something possessing the house. It's a pretty simple episode. They defeat the evil thing, you know. But what I love about this episode is that Sarah Michelle Gellar does really, really, really good depressed Buffy acting. And Sarah Michelle Gellar said, like, to the showrunners, like, no, I don't want to do too much of this. I don't want to spend the whole season being depressed Buffy. Like, that's enough. I don't want to do this. But the problem is that her acting in this episode is so good. Like, her, like, I've just come back to life acting. Her, like, oh my god, everything's painful acting. Like, she gives such a subtle performance that I think it's actually one of her strongest performances in the show. When she's being depressed, like, oh god, I'm back, Buffy. Like, she's so good. And Sarah Michelle Gellar didn't want to do it too much, so thanks, Sarah. Thanks. We were enjoying that, but I guess we can't have good things. You had a glorious rainstorm yesterday. Oh, hell yeah. I would love that. Oh my god, I'd open all the windows just to be able to smell the rain and feel the coolness of the rain just like on my cheeks. Like, please, I just need it. Oh, please. I think after like a couple of summers of having heat waves, and I expect this would be a continuing thing in this country now, I used to love summer. I loved summer, and you know what? Summer we're putting on the D tier, and I think autumn is going to be like up in B, and winter I'm not a fan of, but autumn is going up high, and then like spring can go in the A. Spring is so much better than summer. Anyway, Afterlife I think is a really good. I think it's a B episode for me. I think it's a B. Mainly because of Sarah Michelle Gellar's acting. If Charmed wasn't sort of parallel to Buffy, I would have gotten more into it. That's the thing, Meteor. You were watching Buffy, so you were watching Charmed. I was watching Buffy. I never crossed that bridge over to Charmed. I never did it, and you never crossed our bridge, which is a shame because you would have had a better time with us. But never mind. It's a weird thing. I didn't go over to you as well. I remember I turned on Charmed, like a year after season 5 of Buffy, and there was a character just like Glory, and I was like, ugh, they're trying to copy Buffy. There's Glory. I'll turn that off. Turn that shit off. You know. So I tried to watch Charmed recently, and I wasn't enjoying it. And then I saw about how they were exploiting the cast over the production of Charmed, and like how their outfits were becoming more and more revealing, like constantly. Like there was an episode where they're in an office, and she's just like one of the characters. She's just sitting there in a bikini, like for a scene that only takes place in the office. And I was like, what the hell? Like tits fully out. Oh well. They're like, yeah, Steve, slay the house down, boots, mama. That's the most English thing you've ever said. Wait, what was the most English thing I ever said, Magnet? Sorry, I'm catching up with messages. I love rain. That's why I moved to PNW. What's PNW? Pennsylvania? I don't know. Of the US? Because BC in Canada. Wait, British Columbia. I know that one. British Columbia in Canada is my next stop, and it's very similar. I didn't throw a look here. You did throw a look here and there over the bridge. I see. They invented the office siren. You were lusting about the rain. I'll tell you what. I used to get so miserable as a kid. I used to be properly depressed when it would rain and it would be grey outside. And there was one summer where it completely changed my perspective on it, where we had a drought and a hosepipe ban, and everything died. Like, there's a big green outside where I live, and it's always been like lush and green, all the grass and stuff, all the plants, and everything died out there, and it was just this dry, yellow, like dead thing. All the trees were like suffering, all the plants died, and I was like, shit, like I'll never take the rain for granted ever again. And then when it finally did rain and everything came back to life, I was like, my goodness, rain is life force itself. I was like, it completely changed my mindset. I was like, oh my goodness, like rain gives life. It's important. It's beautiful. We need it. I'll never take it for granted again. Now, rain combined with wind when you're trying to walk with an umbrella that's not working, and you're facing the direction where the wind is like bearing down on you, that's a whole other thing where I'll curse it then. But Pacific Northwest, Washington State, Oregon area, that sounds like 3 different places to me, Troy. The way I do not know America at all. You once commented once you'd seen a photo of the area I live in from my profile background on there. It's so pretty. I can't remember it, Troa, but I think I remember seeing some nature, I remember seeing some nature. Was there a kayak involved as well, maybe? So yes, sorry. Afterlife I put as a B, but it's a B minus. So don't get too excited. It's a B minus. It's just above being a C, but it's a B minus. And the reason why it's even in B is because Sarah Michelle Gellar's acting is so good in that episode. And I really enjoyed the scene with Spike and Buffy. I enjoyed the scene with Dawn and Buffy. I loved getting a spooky horror moment with Buffy where she's actually the source of horror. Good episode. Flooded. Buffy has to take on some adult responsibilities. Let me bring up the wiki for this. I don't like this episode, guys. But Buffy is back and she's like, well, I guess I gotta figure out what to do. There is a leaky pipe. Okay, and this is where, again, tonally, right? The episode starts tonally, it's already off for me. Because Buffy has a lot of humor, but it doesn't have slapstick humor. And there is one moment in this episode at the beginning where Buffy she's using a wrench. She's trying to fix the pipes herself, and she uses a wrench and she fixes the leak, and she's like, yeah, she's in the basement, by the way. And then a million different spurts of water pop out everywhere else. And it's so like a Disney attraction ride. It really feels so stupid and slapstick. So it was already a bit of a piss take for me. And then the plumber comes and it's all about the costs of everything, the costs of Buffy's funeral, and Joyce's funeral, and basically Willow tells Buffy the news that they're broke, and which is really weird because it's Willow and Tara are living in the house, right? Pay rent. How about that? Pay rent. Xander is doing all right for himself. Xander, help your friend out. Okay? Give Buffy some money. Giles, give Buffy some money. He does, but like, I don't understand why they were so hands off. Like, especially Willow. Like, you obviously looked out for Dawn. Pay rent. Otherwise, everyone has to leave. It's a term similar to West or East Coast. Pacific Northwest is known for heavy woodlands, mountains, lakes, the ocean. Lovely. That's gorgeous, Niall. That's gorgeous. He was raised in a desert, but now I'm home. What? Desert, Troa? I love the desert. I want to go to a desert. Willow tries to upset Buffy purposefully to get her to express some real anger because Buffy has been so, like, vacant. But Buffy does not fall for it. Dawn wants to get in on helping out with the research. There is a bank robbing demon that shows up when Buffy tries to get a loan to cover the expenses of the house. And Buffy saves the day, but it doesn't... that doesn't go towards the bank being willing to give her a loan. Giles returns to have a happy reunion and intense discussion with Buffy before meeting with the rest of the gang. So Giles is back. He rushed back. He got on the first flight back, which is kind of a piss take as well because, okay, the Scooby Gang, right? They waited until Giles was on his way out of town, right? He's already paid for his plane ticket, which is not cheap to get to the UK, right? And then when he gets there, he gets another phone call and they say, oh, by the way, whilst you were planning to go back to the UK, we were planning to bring Buffy back from the dead and we did it. So you might want to come back. So then he has to buy another flight back. I would have been so pissed off. I would have been like, Willow, for heaven's sake, could you have not fucking told me before I left or done the spell sooner? So that I didn't just spend £8,000 on these 2 flights. How about that? Like, I would have been so pissed off. And again, Willow has, like, she's not paying rent. She let Giles spend all that money on the flights. Absolute piss take. I'm sending you all an invoice. Yeah. Yeah. You were in Utah, Arizona, Nevada. That's a lot of places. We went camping a lot as kids. Yes, I've heard about the petrified trees. Only because of like old movies, like old film noir movies where I heard about petrified trees. Which is kind of crazy. The bank robbing demon, and Amphashnik, is being controlled by our new villains of the season, Jonathan from Superstar fame and, from high school, Warren, who made the Buffy bot for Spike, and Andrew, who is the brother, it turns out, of one of the villains from like the high school era. Andrew, I really enjoy as a character, and we love Jonathan, but I can't stand by him with the things that he's willing to accept. Warren, I think, is garbage. I've hated Warren, and we're supposed to hate him, but I just do not like seeing these trio so much, but they show up constantly in this season, and I think that like the whole point of this season, right, is that Buffy was the superhero, and now like the whole point of the season is meant to be like, oh, she can't even handle like she's so worn down she can't even handle like the simplest things of life and the simplest of villains, this trio. And I call bullshit on that because like Buffy, with what she went through last season, like the fact that she can't handle something like this now, like I just don't like it. Anyway, so one thing that I give props to this episode, Giles chews Willow out once he does come back. Willow, it says here, she was seeking Giles' praise and begins to boast about how scary the spell that she did was. And Giles harshly reminds her of why such spells are not practiced, including the possible consequences. And then he says that he properly chews her out, and he says, "You're a rank, arrogant amateur." And then Giles kind of gets thrown back a little bit because Willow's really pissed off, and she's like, she's basically like sort of semi-threatening him about like, maybe you don't want to piss me off. So we're seeing Willow go down this very, very strange, horrible direction, which is like a fun thing to explore. Like, obviously they're setting up some things for later. Obviously, Willow will be the villain of this season, but like you don't really know that yet. And so you're more distracted by this trio of like geeks that are the villains. And you're like, really? This is what we're getting? Anyway, Buffy and Spike work together against the bank robbing demon, and the fight ends up in the basement where the demon latches onto one of the pipes, and the Buffy immediately attacks as the pipes are threatened. A bit of slapstick humor because everything's so expensive. And there are a lot of jokes in this season about like how the house gets damaged so much, and Buffy's like, fucking hell, like now she has to actually pay for everything. She's like, no, don't do that. It's like, when like, there's a fight scene happening where like lots of vases are, displayed, and people are like catching vases. It's very that kind of humor. Flooded is an F. F for flooded. The only thing I enjoy about this episode is Giles having a go at Willow and calling her a rank, arrogant amateur, but that's not enough to bring this episode above an F, in my opinion. So yes, I have to put it an F. Andrew's brother set the Hellhounds. Yes, so yeah, he was in a previous season. Yeah. Andrew set flying monkeys on the school play, he said, but it wasn't in an episode. I do like that, though, that it's an implied episode of Buffy that we didn't get to see. We didn't get to see, but it was another adventure that maybe it was in like a spin-off novel or something like that. This one is mute or skip. F for sure, yes. Flooded is F. Life Serial is kind of like the same episode repeated. So yeah, Buffy has an off-screen crossover with Angel. We don't get to hear about it. We don't get to see it. Buffy just says it didn't go well, which I think is such bullshit because Angel is devastated. Okay, so obviously Angel in his show has got a lot going on, right? I think at the time that this is all happening, Darla is back and he's going through like this whole thing. But he is devastated that Buffy is dead when it happens. Like he shuts himself away. Like his friends are like really concerned. Like it's like Angel goes through it. And I call bullshit that Buffy goes to see him. She's come back to life. It's something that Angel would be 100% able to relate to, that he came back from another dimension, come back to life. And I call bullshit that like they both met up off screen and then they had some kind of fight. Like I just don't get it. I don't buy it. It's bullshit. If you're not going to tell us more about that fight and why it happened, like shut the fuck up about it. Just say that Buffy's not willing to talk about what her and Angel did. Like I just don't like that she was like, I don't know. It's just stupid. Anyway, so Buffy goes back to university, finds herself bamboozled by like all the things that she's been missing at university, and then the trio have like each constructed a way to like mess with the Slayer. So when Buffy is at school, like time starts whizzing by really fast, and so she starts panicking because everyone's moving like at speed of sound. And then Buffy notices a device that had been planted on her by Warren, and it self-destructs, and Buffy is suddenly back in normal time. then, Buffy, after school, she's looking for work so that she can pay the bills. So she starts working with Xander at his construction job, which I think is very fitting for Buffy. But misogyny sort of gets in the way because all these guys don't like how strong Buffy is. She's being too efficient at the job. And Xander tries to rein her in a little bit and, says, like, stop bringing the slang into the workplace. Because, some demons show up as well, which makes her place at the construction job untenable. But that would be true of any job. Andrew summons these demons, Buffy fights them, kills them, and they fire Buffy for that. A bunch of demons attack the construction site, and Buffy kills them, so they fire her. I mean, it doesn't get more misogynistic than that. Yes, we need more Groundhog Days, yes. So then Buffy tries to work at the Magic Box, the store that Giles works. Giles owns and Anya works at. I don't understand why that wasn't the first thing. If I owned that shop and I was Giles and I cared about Buffy and I wanted her to be able to stand on her own 2 feet, but I also wanted to help her and not just give her money so that she can just check out, I would 100% give her a job and say, listen, we're going to set you up. Don't worry about it. Like, just come work for me. Temporary thing if you want. You can stay as long as you need. Like, I don't understand. Like, this is why the writing doesn't make any sense. Because Giles should have just been like, everything's okay, Buffy. You're going to work at the Magic Box as long as you need to, until you land on your feet. You can stay. You can go onto something else. I'm going to set you up. Everything's going to be okay. Like, don't worry about the bills. I will pay for I'll pay for these bills until you have enough money of your own. And we're going to get through this together. It's like, I don't understand. Like, why does no one help her? Like, the fact that Xander fired her is crazy. But the problem is that Buffy comes face to face with the reality of customer service, which it's totally relatable. Buffy is like, she's dealing with all these horrible customers, but like in a time loop, in a Groundhog Day where everything repeats, and there's a mummy hand that comes to life and attacks her. And basically, because the time loop goes on and on and on, Buffy does such a terrible job when she finally just loses her temper and like treats the customers really badly that they are forced to fire her from the Magic Box, which is just insane. Later that night, Buffy gets drunk with Spike, and they play poker, where they gamble kittens. Buffy drinks and makes a weird face that's meant to be funny, and then Buffy and Spike notice the black van that the geeks have been doing this whole shit from. So Jonathan, disguised as a demon, pops out of the van and is like, "Roar!" And then Buffy beats him and he runs away. And they throw smoke down to confuse them. And Buffy begins to recover from her drunken state, complains to Giles about her life. He consoles her and offers her a check to help pay for all the expenses. Buffy says that she's happy that Giles will always be there, but the look on Giles' face suggests that he might not always be. That's it. That's it. That is it. Now, Life Serial is an F. Fuck off, Life Serial. Like, it's such a bad episode. Oh, man. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What's happening here? All of that just so that we get to a point where Giles just has an expression on his face where he's like, I'll pay your bills. And then he's like, but maybe I won't for long. That's where we head. Like, I don't like it. I do not like it now. The next episode is a Halloween episode. And it says here, Willow and Giles are concerned about Willow's frivolous use of magic, because Willow is just using magic for everything now. She's just like, Combago, Dislavo, Wingardium Leviosa everywhere. Like, she's putting up Halloween decorations with her magic powers. She's just running amok with the magic. And Giles and Tara on the same page here. Like, they're both concerned with how much she's doing this. Dawn steps out in a rebellious teenage moment, doesn't tell Buffy necessarily where she's going, and she goes to hang out with the cool kids. But these teens that Dawn finds herself with, a couple of them are vampires, and it's really stupid. One of the vampires is like, oh, but baby, I want you so bad. Like, oh my goodness, like I'm so horny for you, baby. Like, if you just let me bite you, we could be together forever, baby. Like, don't you want to love me forever, baby? And then Dawn's like, oh, go on then, like, go on. She gets properly drawn into it, and like, I mean, this teenage vampire is probably like 100 years old, so it's very creepy. Dawn has her first kiss, and it's with this vampire. And Spike and Buffy show up to, save the day. Dawn runs away from the fight, and then the vampire who she was smooching with shows up, and Dawn stakes him with the crossbow bolt from the fight earlier. The gang returns home where Buffy is quick to leave the job of chastising Dawn to Giles. So again, Buffy has just relinquished responsibilities to Giles again for a second time. We're just constantly repeating the same thing over and over again this season so far. Who is unhappy how Buffy is relying on him so much. Meanwhile, Willow casts a spell on Tara because Tara and Willow have another fight about Willow's use of magic. So Willow, and I actually quite like this story beat. Willow uses a spell of forgetting on Tara, completely violating her. This episode is actually a bit better. It's a D. But we're doing the same shit over and over again. Can we please get on with something this season? Which is funny because the next episode we will get on with something. I will say there is a thing I have missed from an episode prior where Buffy tells Spike, this is probably an important detail, it's not enough to save any of these episodes from the rankings they've been put in, but Buffy does speak with Spike privately in, I think it might be the Life serial. I think it might be this one here. Like Buffy's being very fake with her friends, and she says, oh, you brought me back, thanks. And then they all hug. But Buffy goes outside and she tells Spike, he's saying about, oh man, it must be really bad being in hell. And Buffy says, I wasn't in hell. I think I was in heaven. I don't know anything about like religion or theology or anything like that, but I was at peace. I felt complete, and I was torn out of there by my friends. I will say that scene is very, very good, but it's one scene, and I do really like that scene. Good acting from Sarah Michelle Gellar, good writing for that one scene. Not enough to do anything with the rankings, but yes. No big surprise is that 6 was so disliked given how this starting the episode is going. Many F's, D's, not a lot of yum yet. This is fully about to change though, but yeah, it seems like the first few episodes just meander, like what are we even doing? There's so much potential, so much to explore with a character that's just come back to life and they were in heaven, but like got torn out of it. And we are just pissing about. One episode of like the everyday life stuff being like an impossible task, because when you are depressed, that is absolutely like a good metaphor to go into. Like, it's when you are depressed, the smallest things in life are become impossible tasks. Very relatable, but it's just the same kind of slapsticky shit over and over again. Yes, absolutely, yeah. What's more feeling? A whimsical musical demon shows up in Sunnydale, summoned there by someone, and has transformed the town into one big living musical. The episode just starts in the musical, so we had no context. I had no idea there was going to be a musical episode. There was no advertisement over here for it. We just went in completely unaware. So the episode just starts, and there's completely different type of music, and it's like it's completely froze you. Different title card pops up, and I was like, okay, like, well, I don't know, I don't get it. And then Sarah Michelle Gellar just starts singing. I was like, what? It's a musical episode. And I have to admire the cast for the ones that don't know how to sing, who couldn't sing, who did a good old crack on it anyway. Singing an absolute banger. This is like one of I think it might be the only Joss Whedon episode in season 6. We have this idea of, like, if you go back to Hush, right? Hush was like, what if our characters couldn't speak, but they were finally able to communicate once they don't have to rely on expressing what they need to say in words? Things that needed to come out could finally be expressed. Buffy and Riley kiss, etc., etc., etc. What's more feeling is like a similar thesis to that, where all the secrets, and this is exactly what the villain of the episode, the musical demon, talks about, like all of the secrets that have been under the surface come bursting out in sing-song. So over the course of their musical numbers, they spill everything that they've been keeping from each other. Spike sings to Buffy about this music. I was like, what the hell am I listening to? What the hell? I was very thrown by that. I was afraid, in fact. I was very scared. It's okay, y'all. We made a date on the other side. I was just very scared. Who else was scared? Yeah. Clap if you were scared. The kind of random piano thing. I was very worried. Okay, yeah, we're putting on some Animal Crossing lo-fi. Maybe no, actually, no. I just can't be bothered to find something, you know. Okay, what we sing in chat. So singing an absolute banger, and then while the what the fuck was still there for hang on a second. For tea, enter the whimsy and not all is right with the world. Okay, wait. And now all is right with the world. Yes. Trower, don't worry. Use your hands. Yeah, don't worry. So all the secrets come spitting out. Spike sings to Buffy about how he's like, well, his lyrics are, let me rest in peace. You know, he's like, he's basically expressing, like, he's like, if my heart could beat, it would break my chest. He's like saying, like, if you can't love her, just like leave him be, you know, like he's in torture being this close to Buffy, but not being able to, like, get with her. So Buffy kind of finds a lot of comfort in Spike because she doesn't want to be around her friends, and it feels like she can only really talk to him because he kind of doesn't matter to her. You know, she is using him. Giles sings about by helping Buffy, he's stopping her from reaching her potential. He's standing in the way. Tara has a tragic song. She has a big, bright, beautiful smile on her face, where she's singing about being in love with Willow, but what she's actually saying, the subtext to the song, she's saying, "I'm under your spell. How else could it be? Anyone would notice me. Like, she worked her charm so well. Like, she's literally under Willow's spell. Her mind has been violated by Willow, and this is a very dark spell. And hello, Lesho. You're coming in at Once More a Feeling, yes. And then Xander and Anya also sing. They are there. Buffy ends up singing about like there was no pain, no fear, nor doubt till they pulled me out of heaven. So that's my refrain. I live in hell because I've been expelled from heaven. So give me something to sing about. Great storytelling. The look on Willow's face and Giles when Buffy says that she was in heaven, and then she's like, give me something to sing about. You know, like, it's so good. And then Buffy almost sets herself on fire by going into a dance number. It's a really good episode for just like splurging all your feelings out. And it ends with Spike and Buffy kissing passionately as the curtains close. And do you know why they have those curtains in theatres? They don't really have them anymore. But do you know they were fire curtains? They're not really the main purpose of those curtains in old-fashioned theatres, or like where you see in cinemas and stuff back in the old days. They were because there were many things back then in the olden days that could just go set ablaze and burst into flames, and it was a preventative measure to stop the flames from just going vroom over onto the audience. So they would just drop the curtain so that it would be able to contain the fire. And the reason why they don't have those curtains in theaters or cinemas anymore, and it's like old-fashioned, is because we just have like more modern technology. And if there is a show effect that could cause a fire, legally you have to have like a fire marshal that will just stand off stage to one side and be ready with a fire extinguisher. So basically fire extinguishers have rid us of those lovely big red curtains, which I think have a lovely aesthetic to them. I'll bring them back just for the aesthetics. I thought they could you could poke a leg out sensually. I mean, you can do that as well. They're great for an interval as well when you want to just, do a scene change. But the main thing was because of fires. And I remember I had to give a tour once of a theatre that I used to work in. Ugh. And when I was giving my tour, and I was giving a talk in the auditorium, there was this guy that was like trying to like get me, and he was saying like, how are you legally like allowed to open if you don't have a fire curtain? What if I was just to just burst into flames? And I was just like, don't start with me, young man. Like, but he was like trying to get me. He was trying to like legally get me. Like, why don't you have a fire curtain? You don't have a fire curtain. I know my stuff better than you. And I was just like, because we have a team of people that stand there in case anything happens, and they'll just squirt you with a fire extinguisher, you stupid numbnut. Anyway, yes. I thought, I really need to do a rewatch soon. Let's start tonight. I'm telling you to do it. Start from season 5. Oh, those types of people, yeah. What he didn't know was that what was the real dangerous thing was right beneath his feet. Lurking and hearing that Once More a Feeling is coming up perks ears. Yes, Co, we're on Once More a Feeling. The customer is always wrong. Yeah. Well, and it's weird because that place I worked at was so dangerous, but just in different ways. There was a thing, right? Oh my goodness. It's like really scary. Underneath the stage, they had built this thing so that these huge cogs could turn, like these huge things, like screws. And the whole thing would come down and like flatten, basically. So they could lift or raise the stage mechanically, But the problem was is that no one could see you if you were under the stage, so you had to be on radio, so that if they just started operating it, they could you could radio and be like, no, don't do it. I'm under the stage. There was absolutely no procedure for like checking the space to make sure no one was under there. There was no easy way to get down as well to check. So the mechanism to like start moving the stage down was on the top floor in the little like stage management station, which was like this little booth. And then 4 levels down was where the actual thing was. And you had to already climb up in there and go on your hands and knees to get through it. And it would lead to another corridor. So you had to go under there. And sometimes you would be like leaning down to walk through. Every time I walked through, I was like, oh my God, they're going to push the button. The whole thing is going to come down on me. So yeah, and like you would have to then drop down if you were coming out of it. It was so dangerous. And there was no camera in there so that someone could just check that there was no one in there before they moved the whole thing down. Nightmare. And like if the whole thing started to come down, you would have seconds to basically just roll out and not get flattened. So bad. It used to really scare me. Every time I would go underneath there to be able to get to the other side. Ugh. Anyway, tangent. That was a tangent, everyone. Congratulations, we made it to the other side of the tangent. Yes. And when there was a fire alarm, which I was in charge of, I was personally in charge of evacuations. Oh my goodness, there was a fire alarm that went off, right? And so I sent my fire marshal off. The job of the fire marshal was I would be by the main doors where I could have like my panel of like alarms, right? And I would give the fire marshal like I think it was like something like 2 minutes to go and investigate if there was any fire somewhere. So so he went off, and so we have the 2 minutes, and I'm timing it, and I'm radioing, and I'm because time's going ticking on, and he's not responding, and I'm like, okay, it's now been 2 minutes, and I'm not getting a response, which means that I now need to press a button that basically sends the whole building into evacuation, like a full one. And I also need to tell the fire department, the fire brigade, that I've lost someone backstage who was sent to that place where we think there's a fire, and he's not responding on radio, and they need to go there and possibly save someone. And so I was literally like just about to press the button, like literally finger was like this on the button, and then my manager's manager ran up to me and said, "Don't you press that button." And I looked around, and my manager from my previous job just happened to be next to me. She was like visiting, and she looked at me, and I looked at her, and I was like, is this guy for real? And I said, "We've now run out of time. Like, we legally have to do this." And he said, "Don't press it. I'm going to go and look myself." And I said, "We've already run out of time." And then he said, "Don't press the button." And so I said, "Are you prepared to take all legal responsibility for what happens next? Because I wash my hands of it. If you are telling me not to press it, like, are you going to take responsibility for all of this?" And he went, "Yes, I am." And then he just went backstage. And I was like, well, like, I washed my hands of it. And so I just stepped away. And there wasn't a fire. There wasn't. But I was so pissed off. And I quit not long after that. And because, like, that kind of thing could have got so many people killed. Anyway, sorry, what a tangent. But anyway, I don't know how I even got into that. That was crazy. That was the Great Fire of London. Shit happened there every shift. I was known as the guy that was cursed because I'd always have stuff happen. Like I had another evacuation during a power cut. It was the middle of not in the middle of the night, but like it was dark out, so it was night time, and all the street lights went out during a power cut. all the lights in the building went out, and then it triggered the alarm, which had an automated message saying, please evacuate through your nearest fire exit. And I look over and I see people trying to walk around, like hundreds of people trying to walk around in pitch black, right next to staircases that go really far down, people walking across walkways where it's not enough to, have like more than a few people. And I was just like, what am I going to do? There's no lights and everyone's trying to evacuate. What if there is actually a fire? Oh my God, stressful. Tangent over. Speaking of fire, one of the songs in Once More a Feeling is called Walk Through the Fire. It's a good song. Anyway, thank you for listening to Tangent Storytime with Sclap about my previous job where I was really stressed all the time. So the musical episode, it does benefit from having a few people that can sing. So Giles, Anthony Head is a good singer in my opinion. Tara is a good singer. The demon, who I think his name is Sweet. He is brilliant. I think he recently passed away. Rest in peace to him. Fabulous dancer and singer, like just an absolute, gorgeous performer. Dawn is terrible at singing, but she's good at ballet, so we'll let her off. It's a really good episode of like everyone just spilling their guts. Really good humor and comedy in this episode as well. And just seeing the look on Giles and Willow's face when Buffy finally tells them that she was actually not in hell at all, she was in heaven. This is also the episode where Tara is told by Dawn, oh, I'm so glad that you guys, Tara and Willow, patched things up. Like, I hate it when you guys fight. And Tara was like, oh, no, we weren't fighting. And then Dawn was like, oh, no, it's okay, don't worry. Like, I'm just glad that you guys patched things up. And then Tara twigs, oh, shit, this flower I've been wearing. And she goes and investigates it. And then, so she repeats her song from earlier on when she opens a book of spells, right? And it has the flower that activates this memory spell. It's used in forgetting spells. And then she repeats the song and she's like, I'm under your spell. Oh God, how can this be? Messing with my memory. I've been through hell. Consider what Glory did to her. Willow, don't you see? This will be the enemy. So think about that. Willow violated Tara's mind and memories. Consider what she went through with Glory, and that Willow did that. Just the tone shift when she repeats her song, the reprise. Yeah, it's so good. So Giles is singing about he needs to leave, he needs to go. And then Tara is at the same time singing the exact same song. She's like, I need to go. I need to be done. So, this is the beginning of the end for Willow and Tara, maybe. Xander and Anya are fine, whatever they sing to. It's not a good song. And Buffy spills her guts, and basically, her song about she sings about touching the fire and it freezes her. She looks into it and it's black. She is just unable to feel anything, and then the episode ends with her making out with Spike, and this is where we're going, where she's gonna go into a whole spiraling journey where everything's just she's just trying to break out of that numbness that she has found herself in. Once more with feeling, put your rankings in the chat. Once more with feeling, from me, gets a drum roll. Fantastic episode gets a B. S and A from Lesho, and he's all that. Tara and Giles together, so good. Yeah. Yeah, it's a B episode from me. I would say B to low A. B plus. It's a B plus. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Since we have come to What's More of a Feeling, let's put it on in the background. Why not? Why not? We'll do the whole thing. We'll do the whole thing. There you go, guys. It's a B plus from me. What about you guys? I think, you know what I would have liked from this episode more is I get it's a bit of a gag, right? Like how the demon gets there. Like it's Xander who, you know, just wants everything to kind of turn out. He wants like a happy ending. Ooh. And so he's the one that kind of ends up summoning this demon. I just wish there was a bit more element of danger in this episode. Just a smidge. To nitpick. If I had to nitpick, I just wish there were more stakes for me. It doesn't even really feel like Buffy at this point even really cares about like that song being sung. Like it has there's not enough time at the end of that revelation for it to kind of sit emotionally with everyone, because they just go on to the next song. They're like, where do we go from here? The repercussions, the kind of fallout happens later. There we are, Once More Feeling. I will say it is iconic, but like, and it's enjoyable. But like, it's only got like a little bit of storytelling. Some of the mediocrity in the singing got to my musician's ear, but I love that the real actors did it regardless, so it wouldn't get to S for me. That's actually the reason why Alison Hannigan didn't sing Troa, because she's so bad she didn't want to. So there's no Willow song. She asked to recuse herself, and they were like, you know what, fair, we've heard you try, bless your heart. Like, they didn't make her sing, apart from that one line. I think this line's mostly filler. Tabula Rasa is overlooked. Okay, Tabula Rasa is the episode immediately after Once More a Feeling, and it is a fantastic episode that is completely overlooked because it comes straight after Once More a Feeling, which is such a shame, because Tabula Rasa is a great episode. That is the fallout that I wanted from Once More a Feeling, I guess. Like, Willow has been chewed out by Tara, who has found out, obviously, that Willow did this spell of forgetting on her, and so is quite rightly pissed off. And so she says, go 1 week without magic, and we'll talk. Tara she's doing the whole we're on a break thing. So Willow's like, yeah, a week, easy, that's easy. I'll do it. And Tara's like, okay, like, do it then. Like, I'll see you in a week. The first thing that Willow does is she uses magic. Oh my goodness. Like, it's the very first thing she does immediately after promising not to do any more magic. And she does the same spell on everyone to like forget of like Buffy's woes, you know, to do with like, oh my goodness, I'm in hell, I've been torn out of heaven. Like, Willow's like, oh my god, I can fix this by making everyone fucking forget. It backfires though, because the ingredients that she's using like catch fire without her noticing, and the spell has like a much more broad effect. And it affects everyone. And basically, when all of our characters are in the magic box together, they forget who they are, It's a fun episode of like, oh my god, amnesia, who am I? Meanwhile, these vampires show up to attack like Spike and Buffy, and the Scooby Gang are like, obviously terrified because they have no idea who they are. There's some real good humor where, because Spike and Giles are British, Spike assumes he must be Giles' son, and like this leads to a really great comedic thing where when Spike is going to go out, with Buffy, like Giles is like, son, like come speak to me. It's like, and like he gives him like a pep talk and stuff. It's really funny. Giles and Anya think that they must be married, but then Anya finds a plane ticket to England in Giles's jacket pocket. So she thinks, oh my goodness, he's going to leave me. Because like their names are both on the lease for the magic box, I think. That's why they assume that they must be married. And Dawn and Buffy realize that they must be sisters. And Xander, I can't even remember what Xander does. Does Xander even say anything this episode? I cannot remember. I think... What the fuck happens? I think maybe Willow and Xander think that they're together, but Willow's kind of like, ooh, who's this lady over here who's, Tara? I cannot remember for the life of me what Xander's deal is this episode at all. I'm a second late, but I'm surprised that by that B rating for Once More, it's a solid S for me too. Joey, you are a much more musical inclined person, being a singer-songwriter yourself. A high point of the series, I think, because I love so much more of the show, like, comparatively, it's a B plus. It is a B plus for me, but it doesn't mean too much to me, And also bear in mind that I think my overall feelings of season 6 probably sours it a little bit more because it is like the one high point for me of an entire season. But like the whole season is just in the muck. So like I feel like if it had really good episodes that led up to Once More Feeling, and then it had like a really good trajectory afterwards, I would really love it. But like everything that came before it was not a good enough build up. Like it was just just like a nice highlight amongst a lot of shit that happens around it, Love your controversial. Oh god. I think someone fell asleep with their head on Xander, but I think that was Willow. Yeah. One thing that happens in this episode, so like, it's a good old gaggy episode where they all, they all have a lot of fun. Hello, Vinny. How you doing? What in the world is a Buffy? Buffy the Vampire Slayer, one of the most iconic pop culture icons, pop culture characters, who slays vampires. It's amazing. If you haven't seen the show, give it a quick Google because there's a sequel series on the way. You should watch it. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. This all kind of ends up culminating in like Buffy realizing that she's got superpowers when they fight vampires later on and whatnot. What's really interesting in this episode is there's a moment when Spike and Buffy are battling vampires, right? And Buffy starts to feel really great about herself. She's like, I must be a superhero or something. Like she's really feeling like this, like she's this discovery she's made. Like she's feeling empowered. She's feeling strong. She's coming into her element, her own. Oh, so it's scary. It's not too scary. I'm just ranking all the episodes, Vinny. So Buffy's like really coming into her own with this, right? And then the spell ends. They managed to fix it because there's a crystal that was like a thing that could break the spell. Sorry, I have to skip this song because it's Xander and Anya. So the crystal that Willow has gets shattered, and in that moment, right, obviously Tara is like immediately like homes in on Willow. She's like, "You did this." Just if looks could kill. And you know what really pisses me off is like Willow walks away from Tara. It should have been the other way round. They should have shot Tara walking away from Willow. I don't know if I'm remembering that right, but I'm pretty sure that Willow is like, oh, and then she walks away from Tara. No, it should have been Tara being like, that's it. Flick your hair, turn around, and walk out. So anyway, you know what's crazy is obviously Willow is really bad that Willow did that spell on Tara, right? But Buffy goes through the experience again of like going from that immediate like high of that like that elation, that joy that she was feeling when she was like coming into her own when she was Joan. I think it's Joan, isn't it? And when the spell ends, Spike comes over to Buffy but it's like it's a really good shot. You should rewatch this scene, right? Buffy is just on the ground and she's just laying on the grass, like just not moving. And she's just like staring into space. Like everything has come flooding back to her. The whole experience, that all the trauma that she's just been through, Willow has made her experience again. She's given her like a flashback of, and made her relive that awful traumatic experience again. And it all is done really subtly by having Buffy just lay on the grass. Like she's like an animal that's just like accepted that it's going to get eaten by lions. Like she just lays there, and then Spike helps her up, and then she can just barely like bring herself to stand up. It's really good. So I think this episode, it's such a shame it comes straight after What's More Feeling, because like I feel like it didn't get the attention it deserved. It doesn't get it. It needs its flowers. I almost had an uncultured heathen moment. Wow, I'm definitely old. Troa, what do you mean? She's dancing crazy. Listen, I don't like the song. I'm so sorry. Tabula Rasa is a episode. Don't hate me, guys, but it's an A. I really like it. It's a good episode. I think it's better than What's More Feeling. Yeah. You loved Tabula Rasa? Good. Yes, I think Magnet said that he loved that episode as well. Oh, I see. True. Yeah. A episode. Yes. Very good. Very, very good. It's probably going to be like the only A that season 6 gets. Listen, it's getting its flowers now on twitch.tv/Sklurp Buffy podcast. Smashed is obviously Tara and Willow are on an extended break. And Willow is not supposed to be using magic. Like, ugh. I mean, I guess like it's not really talked about at the moment. Like, you know, is the expectation still there from Tara to like not do magic? Like, I think like Tara's kind of given up. She's like, you failed. I'm out of here. Willow realizes, because she's become so powerful, she hasn't been able to solve like the whole Amy is a rat situation, but she is so powerful now that she might not have access to the powers that can turn Amy the rat back into Amy the human, but she can just summon forth the spell that would do that. So she does that. She's like, oh shit, like I've had an epiphany. So she summons the spell, turns Amy back into a human, and Amy is like an enabler, basically. Amy is the kind of friend who's not really your friend, two-faced, sneaky enabler friend. Although it's never really explicitly said, I think Amy spends the entire time that she is with Willow, being completely jealous of Willow, and it's not really ever expressed. They kind of have like this time where they go out clubbing and stuff like that. I think she kind of wants to just destroy Willow, but she is an enabler. So, even though Amy has been a rat for like years now, she knows all the contacts, and so she takes Willow to like this guy who can pump her full of like magic juice, and basically it's just drugs. It's like it's all just drugs, and Willow ends up endangering Dawn while they go out, so like Willow's driving around and using her magic to drive, and Dawn is like getting scared. Like she takes Dawn to like the crack den where the magic stuff is happening. I think this is the difference I feel with this kind of episode in season 6 compared to other episodes, like with what Riley was doing. Right, with Riley there was a bit more nuance there. With this kind of episode, it's really on the nose. Like it's really, really on the nose. Like there's no subtext. It's all just text. So it kind of we're kind of done. Oh, there's chocolate on my lip this whole time. Like we're kind of done with the metaphors, and like it's literally just like, yeah, magic is heroin. Like I'm like, oh, okay, and at the end of this episode, like this demon like Willow kind of accidentally summons, like attacks them. Willow crashes the car with Dawn inside, and like Dawn is like terrified. Buffy comes to save the day, and then like Willow has a just absolute meltdown, and she is like crying on the floor, and she's like, I need help. And then Buffy's like, get up. And she has no time for this bullshit. But I believe this is the episode, or maybe it's the next episode. I think it's the next episode where Buffy and Spike get it on. I think it is. Is this? Let me check. Let's check. Tabula rasa, smash. Do they shake? Do they smash? Okay. What is going on? This is not the right thing. Tara is like, she meets up with Dawn, admits that she still loves Willow's but is uncertain on their future, still concerned about Willow's overuse of magic, and she sleeps over with Dawn to keep her company because she's alone. Does Buffy sleep with Spike in this episode, or is it the next one? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes, okay. This episode also has something that I do not like. Wait, what is going on this? Hang on a second. I think I might have done the wrong episode, guys. I'm so sorry. Hang on a second. I think I've swapped the episodes around in my mind. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Oh my goodness. I've done the wrong episode. Okay. Yeah, I've done it the wrong way round. This is embarrassing. This is the problem with not checking the wiki. Yeah, it's the wrong way round. Wrong way round. But this is the problem, right? some of these episodes are like back to back the exact same episode. I know this season isn't your favorite. You can never show your face on the internet again. I'm so sorry, guys. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't deserve you to look at me. This is a problem with having episodes that are so similar. So what I described just now was Wrecked, right? Which is the next episode. Smashed is actually, oh god, it's so awful. Okay, Smashed is so awful, guys. The geeky trio pull a Mission Impossible, and this is the thing I fucking hate. They have a freeze ray. It's like Batman Forever or something. They steal a diamond from a museum and they shoot the security guard with a freeze ray. It's so annoying and dumb. It's so tonally off. Spike and Buffy are trying to talk about the kiss that they shared, and she's not admitting any kind of feelings towards him. So she tries to tell him that she was like on edge about Giles deciding to leave, and that's why they kissed. She didn't want to lead him on. Spike's unconvinced, and he coaxes her into punching him, and he punches her back and discovers that the chip in his head was giving him no pain when he hits her, which should have happened, but it doesn't. And so he tells her later on when he confronts her about it that she came back wrong. And so they have a battle, and they're like punching each other, and then they start kissing, and then Buffy shoves him up against the pillar in this house. It's a like abandoned house, and then he like lifts her up, and then she straddles him. He pulls down his pants, and while he's holding her up, they have a shot where she like mounts his penis, and then they have sex. And while they're having sex, they're having such a kind of like Slayer vampire, like weird violent sex, that the house falls down around them and then on top of them, and they fall down into a pit. And then this is the episode where Willow does turn Amy from a rat into human again, and they go out to clubbing. And then yeah, Dawn has a discussion with Tara about it, and because she's completely alone. Buffy's not come back, she has a sleepover with Dawn because no one came home. Willow didn't come home. Buffy didn't come home. And the geeky trio have stolen some kind of valuable diamond. So yeah. Yeah. You can, they do bang in Smashed. Yes. That's what the episode's about. I will say, this is a really specific thing, but when Spike and Buffy are smashing up the house and having sex, I like the music that's playing, if that counts towards anything. Like, the music is very good. It feels really dramatic. Like, it's kind of, I don't know, there's like, if memory serves, there's like lots of violins like that are like playing, like these like long tones, like just like it's very like somber. It's a very somber track. Like, it's not played erotically, even though it's like very charged, you know? I'm interested to see what rating the episode where she mounts his penis is part of the summary. I only go into that specific detail because I remember when it first aired and me being a teenager, it was like too much. I remember just the fact that she was pulling her knickers down, and then he was like unbuckling his belt and stuff, and then like they did this drawn out thing where she's like, where she's putting it in, and then they have that thing of like the adjustment that they're doing to like make sure it works. I just remember like, oh my god, that is too much. You know the exact moment you're talking about? Yeah, like I just remember thinking that is just too much for Buffy. So yeah. it turns out that that sex scene was like very carefully planned out by Joss Whedon. So it was intricately detailed and like storyboarded by like the producers and the team. They were obsessed with that sex scene. It's a D from me. The episode which I described earlier about Willow and the car and whatnot is the episode after. It's also a D. Then we have an episode fucking hell, where the diamond that was stolen from the museum is used in an invisible ray gun, and the geeky trio hit Buffy with it, and she turns invisible and uses the opportunity to have sex with Spike a lot. And there's an episode that makes me uncomfortable where Spike is like humping her, like they're doing missionary. So Spike is like plowing Buffy, and Xander needs to go and like talk to him about the whole Buffy situation, and no one knows that Spike and Buffy are sleeping together at this point. And so Xander's like, "What are you doing?" Like, because he sees Spike just like gyrating naked in bed. And then Spike's like, "What? You've never seen a guy do push-ups before?" So then he starts like more violently, like going up and down, and then you hear Buffy like going, "Ugh!" Like, you know. And then what makes me really uncomfortable is like whilst Spike and Buffy are talking, like Buffy is like obviously invisible, is messing with Spike, and she starts giving him a blowjob. And like while Xander's there, it feels really icky. It feels really too much for Buffy, in my opinion. Does anything else happen? I don't know. I just remember the sex. It doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, guys. It doesn't have a Wikipedia page. They just skipped that one. It was written by David Fury, directed by David Fury. Buffy is gonna like melt. That's all I remember about it. She's gonna melt if the effect stays in place. And then they fix it. It's an F. It's an F. Double Meat Palace is a Double Meat Palace is a season 1 episode of Buffy cosplaying as a season 6 episode of Buffy. Buffy needs to get a job, and the vampires are like, she gets a job in a fast food restaurant, and the vampires of the town like won't even like fight her because they don't want like the fast food restaurant smell like rubbing off on them when they fight her. So she's like, not even the vampires will like go near me. It's very like actually quite it's quite horrible about like service workers who like work in fast food. Like it's quite judgmental, but like because Buffy treats it like it's like the worst thing ever. Everyone treats it like it's the worst thing ever. There is something at the Double Meat Palace where Buffy works that's killing people, and she is trying to investigate it. Like there are body parts showing up in the Double Meat Palace, and she starts to think that like there's something in the food that they're serving. She takes a break from her duties at Double Meat Palace to go out back and get shagged by Spike by the bins. So they're next to the trash. She has a break and Spike fucks her against the wall. And then it turns out that one of the customers is actually a long penis-headed creature that tries to eat Buffy and has like a paralyzing bite. And then Buffy kills it, and then the investigation that she was trying to launch into like what they put into the burgers ends up being like that they don't have meat in the burgers at all. The Double Meat Palace doesn't have double meat, it has no meat. And so Buffy learning this like shocks the manager, and Buffy uses it as a means to basically not lose her job for all of the shenanigans that she pulled. And she's like, listen, I won't tell anyone about the no meat thing if you let me keep my job, because I just really need to keep this job. I need to pay the bills. So it's another episode of Buffy needing to pay the bills, and like it's a season 1 episode of like Monster of the Week. And Double Meat Palace is an F. Does anyone disagree? Like, is this controversial? Does anyone disagree with me about any of these episodes and where I'm putting them? It's an F. So, oh God, the next episode. Oh God. So in the last episode, Double Meat Palace, this is one thing that I can tell you about that I'll be enthusiastic about. I enjoyed some of the silly episodes of this season, like this one and Life Cereal. Another episode where Buffy struggles to pay the bills. Too real. They really took the adult theme and said, we're doing this properly. Well, making it a slog for all of us. God, guys, this is a struggle. This is a struggle. Can I do this? Can I get through it? Can I get through this, guy? Can I get through this? I can do this. I can do it. Dead Things is another geek trio episode. Ugh. Okay, there's some good stuff here though. In Double Meat Palace, Buffy did ask Tara to investigate why. Basically, Buffy's like, is there something wrong with me? Is there something wrong with me? Like, Spike was able to hit me. Like, so she asks Tara, who's very removed from the group at this point, to investigate that for her. Tara agrees to do it. Beginning of the Buffy Tara friendship, and I really loved those two together, and I really wish we got to see more of it. You know, I really wish we did. Anyway, yes, the trio have come up with a device to make women their sex slaves. Bear in mind, most of these episodes are like, I don't know. They're all about the same stuff, you know? Fucking hell. So the trio, Jonathan, of all people, Jonathan who gave Buffy that award, right? In class. And Jonathan who learned his lesson after Superstar, comes up with a device to make women their sex slaves. Did a 14-year-old boy write the season? No, a 30-something-year-old lady was the showrunner. But she has admitted that she was working through a lot of her own stuff, which we'll get to this season. Yes, so Jonathan, Warren, and Andrew have created a device. Warren goes to his ex-girlfriend Katrina and uses this device on her, this like magical science device. And they dress her up as like an old-fashioned maid. And so she's serving them champagne, and the little boys are talking about who gets to have sex with her first. It's all very on the fucking nose, you know? It's all on the nose. Like, they might have done something like this previously in Buffy, but like they would have handled this much better. It's very on the nose. So she snaps out of the spell, and I will like say I was glad to see Jonathan get some sense, you know, like shaking into him, because when she snaps out of the spell, she's like, "Don't you understand what you're doing? This is rape." And they're like, "What? Like, this isn't." And she's like, "It's rape. Like, what you're doing." So Warren hits her over the back of the head as she's trying to escape and kills her. And to get rid of the problem, they contrive a way of like summoning a demon, and like basically a demon that can kind of mess with time again, which really disorientates Buffy when they throw Buffy into the fray against this demon, and then they kind of dump Katrina's body there and use a spell to make it look to convince Buffy that she hit Katrina and killed her. And Buffy's feeling really bad about this, and Spike won't let her turn herself into the police. And it's like, do you think this is the first time this has happened? You think of all the people you've saved, and you will continue to save. Like, I'm not going to let you do this. Some more punches get thrown, and basically they start to realize that something's not quite right about this when they decide that Buffy's not going to hand herself in, and they decide to investigate this. So the Scooby Gang research and find that the Wazundi demons, the ones that were summoned to mess with Buffy, the time-shifting ones, they investigate that, and they conclude that Katrina was dead before Buffy even encountered her. And then Buffy is just certain that Warren was involved because she remembers that she actually saw Katrina, I believe, when Warren had made that sex bot, and she went to Warren's place. So she was like, wait, I know her. And then, so yeah, Buffy's certain that of the trio's involvement, the big bad trio. And then Andrew is like kind of brought around to the idea that, he likes the idea that they got away with the murder once Warren convinces him of it, but Jonathan seems disturbed still. After researching, oh, wait a minute. And that's it. That's basically it. They realize it was the trio. Buffy is no longer guilty, and she doesn't hand herself into space. But after researching the resurrection spell that they did to bring Buffy back, Tara tells Buffy that the spell changed Buffy on a molecular level, just enough to confuse Spike's chip, but did not make her in any way wrong. Buffy has like a breakdown at this news because she actually probably wanted to hear that there was something wrong with her. And that it would, if there was something wrong with her, then it would explain her recent behavior. And she tells Tara, that her and Spike are having sex. And then Tara's surprised, but she's supportive and says that it is okay if Buffy loves Spike. This is why Tara is the MVP, like true friend. Tara is shocked that Buffy and Spike are sleeping together, but she can tell that Buffy's in so much pain, and she does not bear her judgment down on Buffy. Tara is an angel, an absolute angel, and says it's okay if you love him. She's even going to a place of love. It's not just sex. She's like, it's okay if you love him. Buffy doesn't love him. But Buffy says that, Buffy says that it's not, that she loves him. She's using him. And it discusses her. Oh, wait. Yeah, Buffy breaks down crying with her head in Tara's lap, begging to know what is wrong with her. It's a really good, well-acted scene. I adore Tara's character, one of the best people overall in the series. Tara, she became the heart of the group. She became the heart, absolutely. Her and Oz, they still give the where jealousy angle. They gave him the where jealousy angle. Wait, who? Gave who? What? Where? Who? When? Where am I? Sorry, Troy, I got confused there. Dead Things is just because I really like the scene with Tara. I like the scene. I like what Buffy is going through. I do not like the trio. I do not like the Katrina storyline at all. But I do think they executed that weird demon time shift stuff pretty well, and I like the journey that Buffy's going on, and I like Tara. It's not an F, but it is a D. It is not higher than a D. So yes. we are getting kind of closer to the end. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 episodes left. But I think I would like to finish here, guys, at 4.5 hours nearly. I think I would like to end here, and then I think I might want to do all of these episodes as part of one final Buffy stream another time, if that's okay. It is nearly half midnight. I'm a little bit tired. I want to make sure I don't overdo it with my voice, because I might want to stream tomorrow, and I think this is a good place to stop. I also cannot, for the life of me, remember Older and Far Away. I think it's the episode where everyone gets locked in the house. Maybe. I think that's it. And when we get Halfrek, who I love. But yes, I think this is a good place to finish. This episode, this season 6, it has not got many hits so far, has it? Here is how it's looking on the bars on the left. We have S, which is a tiny little box. A is oblong-ish. B is a nice healthy size, but it was actually equal to C, which C has now been bumped a little bit, and it's a bit bigger. D is growing in size. Don't take that out of context, you perverts. And then F is, thanks to season 6, F is having a comeback. We haven't touched F like a whole lot, mostly in season 2. But now F is eating well. F is gorging. Thanks to season 6. That sounds great. This has been a lot of fun. Oh, thank you, Joey. Yeah, I know who Oz is. You loved him, but then the werewolf cure having a jealousy over Willow, he still turns. Granted, it made room for Tara, but still, yeah. I miss Oz. Maybe they'll bring him back in the new show. Seth Green did say that if they asked him back, he would say yes. So yeah. Some highs and lows. Yeah, Halfrak, Kelly, we love her. Yeah. Thanks for the stream. This is fun to reminisce with people about. Hell yeah, Cho. I'm glad that you think so. He needs a job so he can buy more NFTs. Oh god. I reckon he's probably onto AI stuff now. I mean, he does have a job. He does Family Guy, right? But I mean, that can't be creatively very, like, rewarding doing Family Guy. Oh god. Thank you, Magnet. I appreciate that. Thank you. We will end on this scary music, I guess. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. Shall we raid Drawn Sean, who... Let's raid the husband of the RPer who plays as Karis, who looks like Julian Solomita, who is role-playing, and he's so funny. I've been lurking in his streams. He plays as a character called Percy, and we're going to raid Drawn Sean, because... He's just a laugh, and I think we should all just say hello. I've not actually spoken to him once. I RP'd with him a little tiddly tiny bit, and I think wouldn't it be nice to just go and say hello. So let's raid Drawn Sean, everyone, and I will see you again for a stream very, very soon. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. Make sure that you make sure you de-stream, hydrate, fart, whatever you need to do, get a snack. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you. Bye, guys. Thanks for tonight. Bye-bye. See ya.